back to the west. Red is away, so you get this sense of counterclockwise rotation showing up here. Again, very close to Rogersville. So I want you, if you're in Rogersville, if you haven't sought shelter yet, especially just north of town, you need to do that. If you're in Anderson, I need you to head to your tornado shelter. Also here into northwestern Limestone County, close to Mount Roswell, I need you to be headed to your tornado shelter. Just a reminder, lowest level of the building that you're in, and you need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Storms that we have ongoing out there right now, at times showing signs of rotation. They've also been producing some hail. In fact, a report of some nickel-sized hail near Elgin with this particular thunderstorm. But again, the rotation that we are seeing here close to Rogersville, prompting a tornado warning. And again, that goes until 8:15 this evening. So if you're here in eastern Lauderdale County, again, Anderson over towards Mount Roswell, do want you to go ahead and seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this thunderstorm. Let me go ahead and track it on out for you. We'll show you where this is going to be headed across this part of northwestern Alabama. And again, possibility that we get a tornado developing out of this. This will show you the approximate time of arrival in the areas that we are talking about into the Anderson area here within the next 6 minutes or so. Mount Roswell arriving around 8:11. If you're in Leicester, here right on the state line, 8:14, and over into parts of Giles County, Minor Hill coming in around 8:18. So again, possibility for a developing tornado with this particular thunderstorm coming on through. I do want to show you the bigger picture, so we're going to kind of widen the view here and show you that we have had an uptick in active weather compared to what we had if you were watching us at 4, 5, and 6 when there was basically nothing of any concern here on Way 31 triple Doppler. So storms have really started to flare up just within the last 30 to 45 minutes, not only across northwest Alabama. We've had some severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued as well for parts of Jackson, DeKalb County, also into Madison County, and up here into the northern portion just outside of our coverage area, northern areas of southern Middle Tennessee. There have been some tornado warnings issued. In fact, the latest one does include parts of Giles County. Officially, you folks in Lincoln County not included in that tornado warning, but I do just want to give you the heads up. If you're north of Fayetteville, it is possible that a tornado warning will be coming out for you folks as well. Also closely monitoring a storm here, very strong one producing a lot of lightning in southern parts of Giles County. That one will also be tracking eastward on into parts of Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee. So things are really starting to get active around here with the potential for severe weather. Main concerns still going to be some strong wind gusts and also some hail, but again, the possibility for tornado activity as well. New tornado warning also looks like it's been issued now for our storm over here into Jackson County, so let me get a quick look at that. This one had an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning due to the fact that it had the potential for producing perhaps some quarter-size hail. Let's take a closer view here and show you the circulation that we're tracking. This is now very close to Henniger. So if you're in Henniger, I want you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a developing tornado. Again, the green blowing toward the radar, red is away, counterclockwise rotation showing up here. This is right along Alabama Highway 40 going from Jackson County on into DeKalb County. So again, if you're here in Henniger, need you to seek shelter for the possibility of a tornado. That includes areas along Alabama Highway 75 going up there towards Biddle Crossroads. I want you to be headed to your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a developing tornado with this storm moving out of Jackson and on into DeKalb County. So let's kind of run down everything that we've got going on here. I want to show you the big picture, all the warnings that we have currently in effect. Looks like a warning has now been issued for Lincoln County as well. So I just gave you the heads up about that a couple seconds ago. So we are now tracking 3 active tornado warnings here in North Alabama and the parts of southern Tennessee that we cover. Again, Lauderdale, Limestone County, tornado warning there. Tornado warning now for Lincoln County here in southern Middle Tennessee. This is going to be passing near and just to the north of Fayetteville. This warning goes until 8:30. And our tornado warning that includes areas of DeKalb County Let me get the latest particulars on it and show you how long that warning is in effect. The good news about that storm is that eventually here in fairly short order it'll be heading into Georgia. That one also goes until 8:30 this evening. So 3 active tornado warnings right now. If you're in eastern Lauderdale, northwestern Limestone County, I want you to head to your shelter. If you are in southern Middle Tennessee there in Lincoln County, near and north, primarily north of Fayetteville, I want you to be headed to your tornado shelter. And again, if you are in DeKalb County near Henniger and points to the north and to the east, I want you to be headed to your shelter for the possibility of a tornado. Let's get you back here into Lauderdale County. We've had an update now on this storm with perhaps tornado indicated on the ground. There has been an update in the warning here. Let's get a closer view here on this storm. Taking a look at the wind velocity. I know there were some reports of some rotation that was cited with this storm as well. Again, the main circulation that we're seeing here pulling away from Rogersville, just south of Anderson. Again, the circulation showing up in between, looks like Alabama Highway 207. Let me zoom in a little closer here to see what this road is going out of Rogersville. And this is going to be, it looks like County Road 26 and Snake Road as well. So that is where our circulation is located. Again, this is now just outside of Rogersville. But if you're in Anderson, I do want you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this particular thunderstorm. I'm going to take a look here at some different information. Number one, to the debris tracker on this storm. I'm not seeing anything definitive suggesting that there is something on the ground, or at least where we are seeing any sort of tornado debris. But let's check some other areas as well. Here into Lincoln County with our tornado warned storm here. Again, also not seeing anything that's catching my eye that we have something on the ground, but definitely some rotation here. In fact, we can show you and pinpoint that exactly where it is located. And that is about ready to cross near Frank Ewing here, Giles County, moving into western and really the extreme northwestern corner of Lincoln County. So you folks in Fayetteville, this is likely going to stay well to your north. There you saw the latest update. Again, just rotation showing up here. The green is toward, red is away. You get that sense of counterclockwise spin happening within this thunderstorm. So this is just going to clip across the far northwest and northern portions of Lincoln County and southern Middle Tennessee. If you're here near Boones Hill, I want you to head to your shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this thunderstorm as well. Also seeing rotation, again, showing up in southern parts of Lawrence County as well. So we're watching this as also for you folks just north of Ardmore. Let me double check here, see if a warning has come out on that. We've had multiple, yes, there is a tornado warning on this one now. So if you are north of Ardmore, I want you to head to your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this thunderstorm as well. A lot going on. Things have really just ramped up here in the last little bit. So let me recap what we have currently going on. And we now have, looks like four tornado warnings in place across our coverage area here in North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Again, close to Henniger in DeKalb County. We've got a tornado warning for a storm that I believe will probably stay a little north of you folks in Fayetteville, but if you're in northwest parts of Lincoln County, you need to be headed to your shelter. Also looking at a possible tornado here southern Lawrence County. That one is going to be moving into southwestern parts of Lincoln County. Again, you need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado with that. And again, potential for a tornado as well, moving through portions of Lauderdale and on into Limestone County. Let me get the latest here. Lincoln County tornado confirmed. So it looks like we have multiple confirmation. Train spotter also reporting a tornado on the ground just outside of Rogersville, between Rogersville and Anderson. So at least 2 reports of tornadoes that are on the ground with these thunderstorms coming on through. So let's get you in the latest information. These are serious situations here. We've had multiple storms earlier today in Middle Tennessee that produced tornadoes, and now it appears that threat is developing down here into parts of northwestern Alabama. So let me get in for a closer look here. We're going to pull up our Decatur radar on this storm, again in between Rogersville and Anderson. That's what it looks like rain-wise. There is your circulation showing up, again, just outside of Rogersville. Again, this is right along County Road 26, Snake Road. Here's your rotation showing up on the backside of this storm. And again, spotter reported confirmed tornado with this particular thunderstorm. Let me look at the debris signature here. Nothing super definitive, but again, possibility based on a spotter report that we did have a tornado on the ground with this. This is just another view from a different radar. Again, not seeing really what I would call definitive information that suggests that debris is being lofted in the air. But again, at least a spotter reported either something on the ground or perhaps a funnel out of this one. So again, multiple storms that we're tracking here with possibilities of tornadoes. Again, this is moving out of Lauderdale County, northwestern parts of Limestone County. So again, if you are northwest of Athens, if you're anywhere, we'll say from just to the west of Elkmont, up toward the state line, Limestone County, heading into Giles, Lawrence County area there in southern Middle Tennessee, I want you to seek shelter. Our storm here in Lawrence County is going to be moving into southwestern parts of Lincoln County, very close to Ardmore. If you are just north of Ardmore, I want you to seek shelter from this storm, again near Poplar Hill, there in southern parts of Giles County. Again, this storm, at least how it appears on radar, looks to be fairly significant in terms of tornado potential. There's the rotation again. You can see it showing up right in the vicinity of Poplar Hill. So again, this is going to be tracking just near and north of Ardmore. I want you to seek shelter there. If you're in southern Middle Tennessee in northwestern Lincoln County, here is another area of rotation just outside of Frank Ewing. This is going to be tracking very close to Boones Hill, probably staying just north of US 64. There you saw the latest scan update. There's your circulation showing up northwest of Boones Hill. So if you are in Boones Hill, I want you to be in your tornado shelter. Lastly, we're going to go back over here into parts of DeKalb County. Again, this is where we did have some rotation showing up. Still here, close to Henniger. I would say, though, with this particular thunderstorm, the rotation that we're seeing on radar is probably the least significant, but I still want you in your shelter. Henniger, it looks like the most dangerous part of the storm has passed, but if you're here near Eider, I want you to go ahead and seek shelter. And areas basically from Eider over to the state line, I want you to go ahead and seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado out of this thunderstorm. Again, let's reset the view. We've got a lot going on. Again, we have multiple warnings. Don't want to lose track of the severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Those are all the yellow boxes. So outside of the tornado warnings, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to have to monitor these storms as well for perhaps some spin developing within. Right now, they're mostly hail producers. But again, potential tornado here northwest of Athens. Athens, we're going to watch it. Sometimes these storms, when they rotate, now right now, a lot of them are moving to the east-northeast. But sometimes if the rotation really starts to ramp up enough, the storms can take a little bit of a turn. And I think we're kind of seeing that with the storm here in western Limestone County. Even though the warning was drawn from southwest to northeast, I think this is turning a little bit more to the east. So we're going to watch this. It'll get close, but may stay just off to the north and northwest of Athens. But again, if you're up here near Anderson, over towards, we'll say, near and south of Leicester, I need you to be in your shelter in that part of Limestone County. If you are in Lincoln County, Tennessee, again, northwest of Fayetteville, and then also to the southwest of Fayetteville, we've got two storms that are capable of producing a tornado. And our last tornado warning, again, this one appears to be a little less significant, but still, if you're near Eider, in DeKalb County, I want you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado developing with this particular thunderstorm. All right, let me check here and see what new information we have coming in. Again, this was right before 8 o'clock. A train spotter did report a tornado on the ground near Rogersville. That was between Rogersville and Anderson. The new updates here. Severe thunderstorm warnings also for parts of Lauderdale County. Tornado warning for Jackson County canceled, and that's because the tornado part of that storm, or at least potential, has moved into DeKalb County. It does continue for DeKalb County until, I believe, 8:30. There was a funnel cloud, though, reported near Henniger. So again, if you're there towards Ider, I want you in your shelter. Reports of impacts in Giles County from the tornado moving into Lincoln County. Don't have any specifics on that right now. Report of a funnel cloud. This is in Limestone County in the Cairo Hollow Road area. Looks like another tornado warning has been coming out now for Lawrence County. This is near Town Creek. All right, so we have yet another tornado warning that is being issued. This is for the storm near Town Creek in Lawrence County. So new tornado warning here. We had one northeast now of Rogersville. We've got another tornado warned storm south of Rogersville. This is just, there's Town Creek. So Town Creek, you're not in the warning area, but areas to the northeast of Town Creek and to the north of Cortland, I need you to be seeking shelter for the possibility of a tornado. We're just going to go through these one by one. I'm going to take a look at different pieces of information. Fortunately, we've got our own live radars. We also have radars that we have access to from the National Weather Service, so we can get multiple views of what these storms are looking like from multiple radars. This is the radar out of Columbus, Mississippi. So again, the green is blowing toward, the red is away. There's your circulation showing up just north of North Cortland. But if you're here near Freeman Acres, Dells Vista Shores in particular, I need you to be headed to your tornado shelter. If you're watching us from Coxsey, they're along Highway 72 in western parts of Limestone County. This storm is tracking in your direction, so I need you to head to shelter there. Even as far south as Jerusalem, I need you to be headed to your tornado shelter in case this storm takes a little bit more of a turn to the right. But definitely if you're in Dells Vista Shores, I need you to be in your shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado. So we've got that one going on. We've got our other area rotation showing up here close to Cairo and Mount Roswell. So I need you in your shelter in those areas as well. Again, like I said, we have multiple radars here. So I'm going to pull up our Decatur live radar. This is what it looks like with the normal depiction of precipitation. You can see that with both these storms, and in particular the shape of some of these storms. What we look for, what's happening on the western and southwestern side. And when you get these little, it almost looks like a hook, that's a visual sign, just looking at the rain pattern, that we've got something going on. In fact, we're even seeing that with the storm there in Lincoln County off to the north of Ardmore. Let's take a look here at the wind velocity in all of these storms. Again, this is from our Decatur radar. And we are seeing that circulation showing up here, again, just to the southwest of Rogersville. A little bit of an indication of that as well, northwestern parts of Limestone County. Our storm here heading into southwest Lincoln County, north of Elkton. I will say this is fairly significant, what we're seeing here rotation-wise. Again, this is a live view with our radar in the Huntsville-Decatur area. Green is blowing toward, red is blowing away. So here in the vicinity of Elkton and just north of Ardmore, strong rotation showing up here. This is tracking towards Blanch, perhaps towards Bellevue. Fayetteville, we're watching this for you as well. Officially, I believe you are included in that tornado warning. And so what I want to do now, I'm just going to pull up all these storms. These are multiple warnings, and I do want to track everything for you. We'll start here in the east. Again, we've got this storm near Ider moving through the area, but this is going to be moving out of DeKalb County here pretty shortly. But here's what we've got going on as far as time of arrival. Alrighty, they're just let me know some information in my ear. Sulphur Springs Station, which will take it across the state line by 8:16. Keep in mind we get the time change from central to eastern when we go from Alabama into Georgia. So this is only going to be in DeKalb County here, it looks like, for another 5 to 7 minutes before this one is out of here. But if you are east of Ider, there in DeKalb County, I do want you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado here. All right, let's track some of these other areas where we have, again, the possibility of tornadoes. We'll take you up into Lincoln County. We've got 2 storms with potential tornadoes associated with them. Again, I'm most concerned about this storm near Elkton just because of the shape of it. Again, it's got that hook appendage here. Basically, that's created due to the rotation wrapping the rain around the circulation. So again, if you're north here of Ardmore, headed towards Blanch, in southwestern parts of Lincoln County, I do want you to head to your tornado shelter. I'm going to track this out for you. We'll give you the approximate time this is going to be moving on in. You folks in Fayetteville, it's going to be a close call. So I do want you to go ahead just to err on the side of caution. Seek shelter if you're in Fayetteville. The storm will be coming into that area. It looks like probably close to 8:30, so you got about 20 minutes or so. Closer in here, again, Blanch arriving around 8:19, the Coldwater area around 8:23, and if you're in Bellevue, this will be arriving around 8:37. Again, this one perhaps our highest likelihood that we do have a tornado with this one. Let me take a quick look here at our tornado debris signature. Again, nothing that, normally these things, if it's on the ground, it's going to be incredibly obvious. Right now, not seeing something that is incredibly obvious. What is, though, the strong rotation that we have showing up here? Again, very close to Elkton. So this has just crossed I-65. Again, the rotation is showing up near Elkton, and this is about ready to cross from Giles County. This is the county line on into Lincoln County here in southern Middle Tennessee. So again, near and east of Elkton, if you're here toward Cache Point, if you're over toward Blanch, if you're over towards Coldwater, there you saw the latest scan update. I need you to head to your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado out of this thunderstorm. Since we did get the new update here, let's take a look here at the debris tracker. We are seeing something now that is starting to catch my eye, a little bit more significant here. What we look for in the debris tracker, it can determine the size of objects that are in the air that the radar is picking up. When you get the solid red color, that's all things of uniform size. When we get a drop in the color pattern, you start seeing these greens, the lighter colors, that can be an indication that there are things of different size being depicted on radar out of this particular thunderstorm. So again, seeing that now associated with the rotation here, and again, this storm, at least as it visually appears, is the most significant one right now. So we have to assume at this point, I believe there's a fairly good chance that there is something on the ground that is near or just crossed I-65, and again is going to be tracking into western and southwestern parts of Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee. So I want you in your shelter in these areas from Blanch, I believe, to Coldwater. Let's take a look at our storm here in Lauderdale County. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to pinpoint the rotation, which appears to maybe not as pronounced as it was, but still showing up here near Cairo and near Oakland. So I want you to stay in your shelter in those areas. Quick look here at the debris tracker. Not seeing anything that's catching my eye. All right, let's get into our other storm here. Again, this is the one outside of Town Creek. I'm actually going to switch radars, and we're going to get a closer radar view on both of these. So there's still your rotation showing up. So that is still there. It is not perhaps as pronounced, but still, if you're here near Elkmont up to Leicester, I want you in your shelter. If you are here in far northern Lawrence County, north of Cortland, south of Rogersville, we're seeing the circulation right there getting ready to cross Tennessee River, moving from basically where Colbert, Lauderdale, and Limestone County all come to a point there. So this is going to be tracking into southwestern parts of Limestone County. Again, Coxie in the path of this, so I want you to seek shelter if you've not done that already. Again, a reminder, lowest level of the building that you're in, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're really concerned about some of these storms just because of what has happened earlier today in parts of Middle Tennessee. We know for sure there was a tornado that touched down near Columbia, Tennessee, so the atmosphere is quite volatile, supporting the risk of tornadoes and not just rotation, but tornadoes that actually can touch down to the ground and do damage because that's already happened. Again, our storm coming out of Giles County into Lincoln County, at least you're looking at this particular wind velocity out of the radar out of Mississippi. It is significant. I do believe that is our most concerning storm for the possibility of a tornado on the ground. Again, we'll take a closer view on this storm, checking out a couple different vantage points. Again, this is the debris tracker showing up from the Columbus Air Force Base radar, which is a little far away. Let's switch it back over to the radar out of northern Jackson County. And you can definitely see what we call a hook echo on the backside of this, east of Elkton. So again, if you're from Blanch to Coldwater, I want you to be in your shelter if you're not there already. Here's the debris tracker. If I take this back in time, show you what it did look like. And again, there might have been a brief period where this came down. This is our Decatur radar. This is live radar. And you can see, again, the hook. That is the rain being wrapped around the circulation. Again, just north of Cache Point, east of Elkton, headed towards Blanch and perhaps towards Coldwater as well. We can also check the debris tracker on our Decatur radar. Again, nothing definitive that we have something on the ground at this moment in time, but that does remain a possibility. That is, I would say, our storm that's most likely at this point capable of producing a tornado and putting something on the ground. Let me take a look here and see what new information that we have. So we continue the tornado warning. In multiple places. The circulation in DeKalb County perhaps getting a little bit stronger. New tornado warning has come for the storm here, which is going to pass north of Athens. So new warning, though, has come out. It does include a small part of northwest Madison County. So that warning has been extended for the storm moving across northern Limestone County. Again, let's just kind of show you the bigger picture here. This is everything that I'm monitoring right now, everything that we're tracking, and everything that has a warning associated with it. The red boxes, those are your tornado-warned storms. So again, we've got the one near the juncture of Lauderdale, Lawrence, Limestone County, headed towards Coxie. Tornado warning for that storm. We've got another tornado warning moving across northern Limestone County. Athens, I think this will stay just to your north. But if you are just north of Athens, I want you in your shelter. Again, our tornado-warned storms here moving across Lincoln County. We've got two. We've got one in the northern part of the county, which will pass north of you folks in Fayetteville. We've got another one near Elkton, a little east of there, a little north of Ardmore, that's going to be coming across southern half of Lincoln County. Fayetteville, hopefully you're going to get missed by both of these. But if you are just south of Fayetteville, I want you in your shelter. If you are just a little north of Fayetteville, I want you to be in your tornado shelter. The yellow boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings. The one there for Lawrence County, I believe that one was transitioned to the tornado warning. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning that does include northern parts of Jackson County, north of Scottsboro. Again, when we have these severe thunderstorm warnings, main concern is some large hail. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Another strong storm here near Scottsboro. And again, we have another tornado warned storm here, northern parts of DeKalb County. It looks like that warning has been extended now on into parts of Georgia. Let me take a look at a different product here. We can take a look at the wind shear. And that also gives us a secondary look at potential for tornadoes. New tornado warning is now out for near Hillsborough. So that includes northern parts of Lawrence County. This does include you folks in Athens. So we have 3 tornado warned storms now near and west of I-65. The wind shear showing rotation here south of Rogersville, northeast of Town Creek. Rotation showing up near Hillsborough. There's your little bit of rotation northwest of Athens. That has weakened somewhat. Another view here into Lincoln County. Again, this is our most significant area of rotation showing up. You can see we even got an increase in the color there, which is indicative of some stronger rotation. Again, this is near and west of Blanch. Rotation near Boone's Hill in that northern part of Lincoln County. And then last but not least, there's your rotation showing up in DeKalb County. This is about ready to cross Interstate 59 near Rogers. This will be tracking into Georgia shortly, but I still want you, if you're near Rogers, again, areas to the east, southeast of Ider, to be headed to your tornado shelter. Going to head things over to Dan Schaefer at the news desk. I know, Dan, because of the threat of severe weather, we do have some school closings. I know the newsroom is also monitoring and checking to see if we're getting any reports of damage. But as I kind of reset here, Dan, let's kind of send things over to you for just a second.
All right, thanks a lot, Jeff. And I'm going to quickly check the emails here. I haven't seen any reports of damage at this point. We did have a video come in of a small tornado. We're trying to get clearance on that right now. This was the one that you pointed out, Jeff, earlier in Rogersville. Other than that, we start by apologizing for interrupting your programming tonight, but this is a very important weather situation. It's a 31 alert day, and we have been telling you about this for probably the last 4 or 5 days now that this was coming, and people's lives and property are at risk. So we're going to stay with this for the duration, as long as it takes to keep you and your family safe. Of course, that is our number one priority. We do want to check in with these school closings, and there have been several. A lot of school districts here in North Alabama making preemptive calls to delay their starts. More than a dozen, in fact, school districts have already delayed their start of school tomorrow for at least 2 hours. Here's a list of them right now. Madison City Schools, Madison County Schools, Huntsville City Schools, Morgan County Schools, DeKalb County Schools, and Marshall County Schools are at this point calling for a 2-hour delay to the start of classes tomorrow. We have others, and we're constantly updating this list on our website and our news app. We do have that video now for you from a viewer who sent this to us. Here it is. Jeff, I want you to take a look at this as well. This is that Rogersville storm, which looks like it dropped a little funnel cloud and possibly a tornado. It's hard to tell if there's any debris being kicked up there.
Yeah, a little difficult to tell here at this point. Sometimes you can tell there's definitely rising motion.
Yes.
So these are some clouds and definitely rising air going up into this storm. And maybe just a little rotation that we're seeing out of this. So again, we've had some visual reports of some funnels and areas of rotation corresponding with what we are seeing on radar. So again, that what has prompted a lot of the warnings that we're not only seeing things on radar, but we're seeing things as well visually from storm spotters out there supporting the threat for developing tornadoes here across the area. So appreciate whoever sent that video in or where we got it from. And I will say this, that helps us tremendously tell the weather story. So if you can safely, and I want to emphasize safely, get video of either storms or damage, that really helps us out to provide more information and to give us a better idea as to what we are dealing with, since we're not physically there and can't see it. You are our eyes and ears out there. So again, just notify us via our website or email if you can get any visuals safely or pass along any information to us. We do continue under that tornado watch that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Of course, this came out during our earlier newscast. Things were quiet. But I mentioned at that point in time that at that time the atmosphere here in North Alabama was not yet conducive for seeing storm development and potential severe weather. That has changed dramatically here just within the last hour. So let's get back in here. I want to take a look at the big picture here We want to show you what we've got going on with all the storms here around the area, and we're going to run down all the warnings. And we have multiple tornado warnings. Most of Limestone County, you are covered with tornado warnings right now. We got 1, 2, 3 of them. We have tornado warnings, 2 of them in effect for Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee, and our last tornado warning for the storm in DeKalb County. That one, though, very shortly will be moving out of our area on into northwest Georgia. So let's get in here and get the latest details on all of these storms. We will start you in DeKalb County. Again, our tornado warned storm here, I believe, is headed on into Georgia. So it has crossed here near Sulphur Springs. Let me just check the wind velocity on this. And you can see where the circulation is showing up here, pretty close to Sulphur Springs. So this storm is moving out of DeKalb County. So if the warning is not being canceled yet for you folks in DeKalb County, it is going to be very, very shortly, because that storm is now heading on into Georgia. We'll keep an eye on the storm back behind it. You see this one showing up into parts of Jackson to near DeKalb County, near Rosalie. This one's fairly strong, dumping some pretty heavy rain near Ider. Before we move on from this, going to take a quick look here at the wind velocity. Don't see anything of any great concern, maybe a little broad rotation showing up here east of Pisgah, north of Henniger, but nothing that is particularly alarming at this point in time. All right, so let's get you into some of these other areas of storms, and we got to watch all these. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here in northwestern Jackson County. This is very near the radar in High Top, the National Weather Service radar there. Let's take a look at wind velocity. Don't see, of course, sometimes when it's this close to the radar, things don't show up, but not seeing anything too alarming there. We do have another strong storm here just outside of Scottsboro. This one moving toward the north, so you're going to get clipped by it here in Scottsboro. Let's take a look here if there's any rotation near Limrock. Nothing that catches my eye, so that is some good news. But with all these storms, we're going to have to watch them very, very closely. All right, into Lincoln County. We'll take you into the northern storm first. This is passing north of Fayetteville. Circulation on this perhaps has weakened near Petersburg. It's still there, green toward red away. Little rotation right along 431. That appears to have weakened, so that storm is weakening. The storm here west of Bellevue, though, still seeing significant rotation near Blanch, near Coldwater. Again, the green is toward, the red is away. There's your rotation showing up near Blanch and Coldwater. This is tracking mostly east. If you're in Fayetteville, it's probably going to pass just to your south. But if you're anywhere from Skinham down to Bellevue, I want you in your shelter. Again, we're seeing still strong rotation showing up right around Blanch. In fact, let me zoom in, and we're going to pinpoint this exactly where it is. Again, this is right over Blanch. Closing in on, let's see what road this is. Old Railroad Bed Road here in Lincoln County, Tennessee, near Blanch. There's your circulation showing up. Again, that's still well defined. Quick look here at a couple of the other products. The debris tracker, nothing definitive. Want to take a look at our live radar out of Decatur at this particular storm. Again, we're seeing the rotation there in the vicinity of Blanch. Our debris tracker on that radar, not definitive that there's something on the ground, but that is still fairly significant rotation with that storm. All right, let's take you down into Limestone County. Again, tornado warning in northern Limestone County. This is a storm that is passing north of Athens. This one was actually the first tornado warning that came out for the storm northeast of Rogersville. It has passed you in Mount Roswell, located from near Legtown to Elkmont. So Elkmont, I need you to stay in your shelter. Let me get a look here at the wind velocity. Rotation is not as strong now with this. You see it near Spencer's Store is where we're pinpointing it, just a little west of Alabama 127. Again, in the vicinity of Elkmont. Red's away, green is toward. There's your rotation near Spencer's Store. Again, this is not as strong as it was, but it is still there. So if you're in Elkmont, over here to Cary, to Thatch, I want you in your tornado shelter, lowest level of the building that you're in, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, that is one of multiple tornado warnings that we have in effect here for Limestone County. We've got another area rotation showing up close to Ripley, a little south of Coxey. Again, this is what was issued for right outside of the Cortland area, Town Creek area there in Lawrence County. It's now fully out of Lawrence County, at least this one storm. But again, that circulation showing up near Poplar Creek and Ripley. This is moving east-northeast, so if you're here in Lawn Gate, if you're here in Reed, Blackburn, basically areas near and south of Highway 72 going west out of Athens, I want you in your shelter. If you're in Athens, particularly on the south side of town, 72 South, I want you to be headed to your tornado shelter. Let me do a track on this and we'll show you the approximate time of arrival that this is going to be coming on in. Again, the circulation is very close to Ripley right now. And as this continues east, maybe a slight jog to the north, here's when it's going to be coming on in. Again, south side of Athens, once you're in your shelter, south to 72. Reed by 8:38, this will be coming in around Tanner around 8:46. You can see the current time right now, 8:29, so about 15 minutes out from reaching Tanner along Highway 31, basically from near downtown Athens and southward down to Tanner. I want you in your shelter in these areas. You also see Athens Junior High School that just popped up here, 8:49. So again, about 15 or so minutes before this starts moving into central parts of Limestone County. Let me clear this out. We've got one more tornado warned storm. This one is a little to the south. Looks like this one is still in Lawrence County. No, it is moved in. I think we've actually had maybe a couple of these storms kind of merged together. So these two tornado warned storms that were put out for Lawrence County, those storms are kind of merging here. Looks like southwest of Athens. So again, if you're near Athens and southward to Tanner, once you're in your shelter. Again, if you're north of Athens here towards Elkmont, once you're in your shelter. If you are in, there you saw the latest scan update. Let me take a look at our Decatur radar. And in particular, the storm here southwest of Athens appears to be the most significant one in Limestone County right now. Okay, where was that at?
Lincoln County.
Lincoln County, okay, reports, we've checked with Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee, no reports of any damage showing up there thus far. But again, our storm rotating here southwest of Athens. If you're basically from 72 south, from Athens, Highway 72 south towards Tanner, I want you in your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility that this storm produces a tornado as it moves on through. Again, let's kind of reset the view. Show you what we've got going on. Again, multiple storms out here capable of producing tornadoes. Still a very intense storm here, southern Lincoln County. The one in northern Lincoln County continues to weaken. And in fact, it looks like the tornado warning on that was dropped. Tornado warning, though, does continue on the storm here, which will be very near Fayetteville. Probably will stay a little south. But if you're in the south side of Fayetteville, south, along 231, 431 there, going to Park City, I believe, right there along the state line, once you're in your shelter. Again, still have the potential for a tornado showing up here north of Athens near Elkmont. Once you're in your shelter there, that does include a sliver of northwest Madison County. And again, it appears we did have some visual confirmation. We can tell that when tornado is either confirmed by radar with the debris tracker or by spotters when it plots in the purple. So it looks like there's been some visual confirmation at least a short time ago here north of Athens. And again, southwest of Athens, very strong storm here as well with the possibility of a tornado on that one. Again, let me check here and see what we have tornado-wise. Looks like some nickel-sized hail. Again, that's the main thing that we're looking for in the non-tornadic storms, is the possibility for some large hail. That's the least of our concerns out of this. Again, our greatest concern is the possibility that some of these storms are potentially going to produce tornadoes. Let me circle the main areas that I'm most concerned about right now. and that is going to be portions of Limestone County here into Lincoln County, Tennessee. These are the most significant storms that we have going on right now, and the ones that, if we're going to get some tornado activity, would be most likely the ones to do it. So let's get a closer view here. Keep in mind we're constantly getting new updated information here from the radar. So that's why I keep going back and forth to these storms, because each new scan has a new bit of information. This is our storm southwest Lincoln County. I believe this is still the most significant, greatest likelihood of a tornado out of this one. Again, tracking towards Bellevue, near Skinham, probably will stay just a little south of you folks in Fayetteville. Let's take a look here, a couple different products. This is the wind velocity. Again, showing the circulation showing up here. Here's Blanch. So Blanch, it's gone past you. So the most dangerous part of the storm past Blanch. It's past Coldwater, past Taft. Now next in line, headed towards Marys Grove, Camargo, again Bellevue, and perhaps Skinham. It does appear that this is probably going to stay a little south of you folks in Fayetteville. I know you're officially, parts of Fayetteville are included in the tornado warning area, but the way this storm is tracking mostly to the east, just a very slight jog to the north, it's likely going to stay just south of Fayetteville unless there's some dramatic turn in it. There you saw the latest scan update. Again, just to remind you what the colors mean. Green blowing toward the radar. Red is blowing away. You get a sense of counterclockwise circulation. That's what most of these storms do. They produce tornadoes that rotate counterclockwise. So that is what we are looking at here on the radar. Let me take a look at the debris tracker. Maybe close here to Marys Grove. It doesn't quite line up with the circulation. Let me get a second opinion here. Our Decatur radar. It is also picking up again on the Hook. And that is actually showing it right over Marys Grove. Let me take a look here. Again, this is our live radar. So the greens are towards, reds are away, so circulation appears to be right over Marys Grove. So I need you in your shelter there. And again, Bellevue, I keep mentioning Bellevue. This is headed in your direction. If you're not in your shelter yet, you need to be there. Our debris tracker, again, perhaps right here, where we get a drop off in the brighter colors. So we've got the reds here, we got the reds here, and then we got this drop off. We've got the more dull colors. Again, that's the radar suggesting that there are objects of different size being picked up and lofted into the air, which means it's not just raindrops that's being detected. It is things that a potential tornado is likely destroying. And again, we're seeing that. This is our live radar out of Decatur. So I'm seeing that on the debris tracker, kind of losing the velocity signature a little bit, but again, when we had it just a second ago, right over Marys Grove, so there's a high likelihood, I believe, that there could be a tornado on the ground here near Marys Grove. So if you're in, yep, there we go. This is our debris tracker using also the National Weather Service radar, so that's it. That's a tornado on the ground, Ardmore Highway near Marys Grove, tracking towards Bellevue. So this is a dangerous situation here in southern Lincoln County. I'm going to track this out for you. Again, Bellevue, I need you in your shelter. If you're not there, this is going to be there momentarily. This is tracking its way on off to the east. Bellevue, it's going to be there within the next 3 to 4 minutes. Fayetteville Municipal Airport, again, south of Fayetteville. This is going to be south of Fayetteville. But coming in, Rosal's Mill, New Hope, Van School, Van Town, all between now and the top of the hour. So again, if you are here in southern parts of Lincoln County, need you in your shelter. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We were seeing that with our live radar out of Decatur. We're seeing that confirmed with the National Weather Service radar out of Jackson County as well. Again, dangerous situation here, southern parts of Lincoln County. Again, Marys Grove to Bellevue, it appears we have a tornado on the ground with this particular thunderstorm. I need you in your shelter in these areas. Do want to take a look at some of the other storms. Again, this is the most significant one that I've been seeing on radar here in the last little bit, but I want to check on the storms in Limestone County. And I wish I could instantaneously give you information on all of these, but when you have this much going on, you got to pick one at a time. Let's take a look here. I'm going to pull up our Decatur radar. This is for the storm, again, approaching Athens. So if you're in Athens, again, I mentioned 72 south. This is maybe taking a little jog to the north. So you folks even north of 72 now in Athens, I want you headed to your shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this particular thunderstorm. There's our debris tracker, our Decatur radar. There's the wind velocity. This is the National Weather Service radar, debris tracker. Again, perhaps. There's the wind velocity. There's your rotation close to Reed. So again, this is moving east-northeast. So if you're in Athens, basically anywhere in the city of Athens, definitely south side of the square downtown to the south. This is where the circulation is going to be passing on through. But I need you in your shelter anywhere in the city of Athens right now. Not seeing indications that there's something on the ground with this storm. But again, given what's happening up in Lincoln County and southern Middle Tennessee, I want you to be headed to your shelter. Our other tornado-warned storm, northern part of Limestone County. Let's get the latest on this. Here's your circulation still showing up now a little east of Elkmont. Perhaps it's broadened out a little bit, but still the possibility that a tornado could develop with this. Debris tracker, not definitive, something on the ground. This is our Decatur radar. Let's take a look at the velocity here and the debris tracker. And again, nothing definitive here. Up here into Fayetteville, south of Fayetteville. Taking a look at all our radar information. Very intense thunderstorm. Just in this small area, the last 30 minutes, more than 300 lightning strikes. And again, this is in the vicinity of where we are seeing that very strong rotation. Still well-defined rotation showing up here just west of Bellevue, a little east of Blanch. And there were indications, again, of something on the ground. Still seeing that close to Bellevue. So again, near Bellevue, I need you in your shelter. This is going to stay south of Fayetteville. This is still an indication of a tornado on the ground right around Bellevue. Take this back in time and show you how this has evolved. And there you see, there's where it started showing up, where it touched down east of Blanch, just a little west of Bellevue, which is where we are finding it right now. So again, still an indication that we have a tornado on the ground here, southern Lincoln County. In Middle Tennessee, I need you in your shelter. Bellevue, this is coming through right now. This is tracking east towards New Hope. This is New Hope in Lincoln County, Tennessee, not Madison County, Alabama. Lincoln County, Tennessee. So Bellevue to New Hope, Vantown to even Flintville now. I want you to be headed to your shelter. Again, this is an indication of a tornado on the ground. We are seeing debris being lofted, being detected by radar. We do have some reports of some damage in Limestone County near Brigadoon. But again, our storm in Lincoln County, that's the one that I'm most concerned about. And we are going to track this debris signature, again, near Bellevue. This is getting ready to cross 231. Fayetteville Municipal Airport, again, just south. This will not go through Fayetteville proper, but just south of town, coming through Rossell's Mill by 847. New Hope in Lincoln County, Tennessee, coming in by 851. Van School, Vantown by 855. I need you in your shelter. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, confirmed by radar in the fact that we are tracking debris associated with this thunderstorm. Let me just widen the view here again. Got a lot going on. Again, we've got two tornado-warned storms, Limestone County. We've got one moving north of Decatur, and again, perhaps heading towards Athens. In fact, let me check in on our Decatur camera. I may actually pull that up here. We will give you a live picture of what this looks like right now. Oh, we do? Okay, let's go to that, our Decatur camera. All right, so there we go. We've actually got multiple cameras. This is the Decatur one, looking off to the north. That's the direction that I've got it pointed right now. And you can see a tremendous amount of lightning. Again, this is, move the camera around a little bit. This is looking north towards Athens. A little tough to see. You know, it's dark out at this point in time. These are not things that you're going to be able to see coming. We can really only see them by radar unless we've got some storm spotters that are right up on these storms. But again, that was looking north out of Decatur, tremendous amount of lightning. So if you're in Athens, I need you to be in your shelter, especially if you are in southern Middle Tennessee, in southern Lincoln County, you need to be in your shelter. These are all the warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in yellow. In the red and the purple, those are your tornado warnings. And when they show up in purple, that means there has been confirmed either sighted or we've detected debris on radar. And again, that is something that we have seen there in southern Middle Tennessee for our storm south of Fayetteville. Let me take a look here around for you folks in Athens. We're still seeing rotation showing up here. There's your circulation moving into the southwest side of Athens. So if you're in Athens, need you in your shelter. Down 31 towards Tanner. Want you in your shelter. We're still seeing a well-defined what we call hook echo here. Our rotation is still showing up here near southwest side of Athens, near Tanner in this general area. Is the circulation that we're seeing. Don't know that we necessarily have anything. Well, we're close here. In this area where the rotation is, a little bit of a drop off in the color scheme here that could, like I said, could indicate maybe something trying to touch down. Again, the data is not real definitive at this point in time. Let me take a look here, our Decatur radar. Seeing the data change live with it. Also seeing the rotation here coming in across the south side of Athens, just south of downtown, a little south of 72. Still seeing the circulation, velocity signature here. Red is toward, green is away. Excuse me, green's toward, red's away. So we're seeing that circulation showing up. One last look here, our debris tracker. Again, we're seeing something similar, perhaps something on the ground here close to Reed, moving into the southwest side of Athens. So again, I need you in your shelter in Athens. New tornado warning for Limestone, Madison County. So that is going to be basically an extension of our current warning that we have in place here. Here's the latest scan going around. Again, possibly we've got something on the ground here moving into the southwest side of Athens. I think that's a real possibility with our storm here in Limestone County. So if you're in Athens, I need you in your shelter. Again, there's your circulation showing up. The hook echo, again, what we've got here, rotation wrapping the precip around. This is going right across Highway 31, and of course it'll be going across 65 here shortly. Again, this is Highway 72. So the main circulation is showing up just south of 72, just a little south of downtown Athens. So south into town of Athens down to Tanner. Need to be in your shelter. For again, the possibility of a tornado here. This is going to continue to track through the East Limestone area and eventually on into western parts of Madison County. Let's see here the latest on the warnings. Okay, so the other tornado warning, I think we're going to get another tornado warning. So just a heads up, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get another tornado warning on the storm here moving through Athens that will be taking it into Madison County. Our extended warning, though, here is for the storm south of Ardmore. So let's take a look at this one. And then I'm going to get up into Lincoln County. Again, we have 3 storms, potential tornado activity with all of these. Our storm south of Ardmore. There's your rotation showing up near Thatch, green blowing towards, red blowing away. Counterclockwise rotation, this is going right across 65. So 2 storms with rotation moving across Limestone County. One to the north, near and south of Ardmore. We've got the other one moving through Athens. Here's the latest on our storm in Lincoln County. Again, this is your wind velocity, 231 is where this is crossing right now. It is going a little south of Fayetteville. Again, it's gone now through Bellevue, basically between Bellevue and Skinham, going across 231 there, southern parts of Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee. So we do have 3 active storms with tornado potential. Looks like another warning has been issued here for Jackson County. This one's right on the state line, a little northeast of High Top, north of Stevenson. This is probably going to hug the state line between Alabama and Tennessee, up in that direction. So new tornado warning here for this particular thunderstorm as well. So just give you a heads up. This will stay north of Stevenson, but if you're over here towards Summer Bluff and over towards Long Island, which will take it out of Jackson County and on towards a little closer to Chattanooga, tornado warning it looks like on this storm as well. Quick look here on the wind velocity. We'll kind of pinpoint where that circulation is. Right now it looks like it's very close to, I believe this is Gaunce and northwest of Bass. Again, the green is toward the radar, red's away. There's your rotation showing up. Again, this is basically right along, excuse me, the Jackson County, Franklin County, Tennessee line. But again, possibility of a tornado developing here as well. All right, let's get back here. Still seeing strong rotation showing up in southern Lincoln County near Bellevue, tracking east towards New Hope in Lincoln County, Tennessee, and also towards Vantown. So I need you in your shelter in those areas. This storm, we did still have a debris signature, so I still am confident that there's a tornado on the ground here in southern parts of Lincoln County and southern Middle Tennessee. So in particular, if you're over here towards New Hope, Tennessee, in Lincoln County, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Let's leave it here on the debris tracker. We're going to get you into Limestone County. We'll take you first here into Athens. Right now, I'm not seeing anything definitive of something on the ground, but we are monitoring that, as well as our storm here near Ardmore. Again, nothing right now that grabs my attention, not like what we have east of Bellevue. Okay, let's go. I think we have a live picture from our storm tracker in southern Middle Tennessee, there in Lincoln County. Maddie McCaffrey there. Maddie, what can you tell us?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, we're here in Lincoln County, Tennessee, and it was a very rough drive getting over. We're pulled over, stopped at a gas station with a few other cars right now, kind of taking cover. There's been a lot of hail, lightning, one after the other. We're going to switch the camera around and give you guys a better look. If I can press this button, here we go. And it's been just heavy hail and winds. There's another lightning strike. The worst of it was probably about 10 minutes ago as we were driving down the road. And I mean, the hail from what we've seen is a little bit larger than a pea size, and it just keeps coming down. It's starting to settle down just a little bit, but probably 10 minutes ago, it was not a good scene to be out here on the roads. There's several people stopped here inside this gas station taking cover right now in Lincoln County, Tennessee, and the thunder keeps coming. It's definitely dangerous. Don't be out on the roads right now. We have decided to just pull over and stop where we are right now to just stay safe, and we're going to be out here continually monitoring this. We got a lot of video out while we were driving on the roads as we saw a lot of lightning strikes, heavy wind, and a lot more. For now, I'll send it back over to you, Jeff, in the studio.
All righty, thank you very much, Maddie. A new tornado warning has come out now for parts of Jackson and DeKalb County. Another storm here showing up near Hollywood. You can see the hook echo, the rotation showing up here, again, near Hollywood on 72. It does look like we've seen that tornado warning for the storm near Athens. That has now been extended into Madison County as well. So I want to get you the latest information on that. But let's track this out for you here. Let me do a quick storm track. If you are, again, in Hollywood, you need to be headed to your tornado shelter. The storm moving across parts of Jackson County, perhaps eventually into the northern tip of DeKalb County, Hollywood, bearing down on you. Martintown by 9:01. The Van Wanville area coming in around 9:07. So if you're in this area of Jackson County, Hollywood, eastward, I need you in your shelter. Pisgah probably will stay a little north of you, but you are included in the tornado warning. So just in case this storm were to take a little bit of a turn, if you're in Pisgah, even though you're not showing up on the track here, I want you headed to your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado. Again, this is a new tornado warning that is out for parts of Jackson as well as DeKalb County. Quick look here at the wind velocity. We'll kind of pinpoint it. Basically, it's right over Hollywood. Green's blowing toward the radar, red's away. There's your circulation moving into Hollywood, right along Highway 72 there in Jackson County. All right, let's show you again. It looks like the warning that I expected would be extended into Madison County from our storm near Athens has. So this is the new warning area for the storm over Athens, getting ready to pull out of town. There is still rotation with this. So new tornado warning, western parts of Madison County now here in North Alabama. It does include the city of Madison, a little north of 565. So we're probably talking a little closer to 72 is where this is going to go through. Let me pinpoint the rotation. We can still see it here. There's your hook. The circulation has pulled now out of the center of Athens, but your rotation showing up here right along 72, coming out of Athens. It looks like it's crossed 65. Next in line, the French's Mill area along 72. So this appears to be primarily where this circulation is going to track, heading into Madison County. There is your rotation showing up. Again, right along 72. I will say the rotation that's maybe broadened a little bit. Again, the greens are blowing toward the radar, red's away. There's your rotation. Right along 72, approaching the French's Mill area, getting ready to cross from Limestone on into Madison County. So if you are here along 72, East Limestone area, heading into western Madison County, I need you in your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado. If you are in Athens, the circulation has moved away. Let me get a look here with our Decatur radar, which is going to have a strong view of this storm, as it is fairly close. Again, same sort of scenario. You see how the precip is being wrapped around the backside of this storm. That's because the storm is rotating, so it is pulling the rainfall with it. Again, that rotation approaching the French's Mill area there on Highway 72. Wind velocity, again, showing that circulation in that area. Green is blowing toward the radar, the red is away. So again, corresponding with where we have the hook on radar. Let me check here and see what our debris tracker has. And you know, maybe, again, there's a drop here right over French's Mill. So this corresponds with where we have rotation. This corresponds with where we have the hook on the radar. And again, when we look at the debris tracker, we look and see where there are lighter colors surrounded by an area of red. The red is objects of uniform size. Right over French's Mill here, though, is where we are seeing perhaps something on the ground. Let me take a look here with the National Weather Service radar, not quite as definitive, but again, perhaps something that is on the ground here along Highway 72, here on French's Mill. There's Mooresville Road, and headed on off to the east. So this is going to be tracking right along 72. Up here towards the Capshaw area. I need you in your shelter there. Parts of Madison, again here on Highway 72. I want you in your shelter for, again, the possibility that we do have a tornado moving in here into this part of Madison County. Lincoln County, I want to get an update here. Again, this has been confirmed where we have seen a debris signature that has been fairly steady on here. Perhaps not anymore with this storm in southern Lincoln County. This was the area, of course, Maddie was located in just across the state line. Here's where we did have a tornado debris signature near Bellevue. But I think I have some good news for you, as it appears that disappeared right before it got to New Hope. So it appears that whatever was on the ground here in southern Lincoln County, at least for now, has lifted. There is still a strong area rotation, though, showing up here, southern parts of Lincoln County. So I need you in your shelter, excuse me, to remain there. But now our bigger concern are two storms coming into Madison County. We've got the northern storm here that's moving out of Limestone County. This still has some signs of rotation near Thatch, a little east of there, still a little south of Ardmore, but I think this storm is losing its intensity a little bit. So now I'm most concerned about our storm along Highway 72, moving out of Limestone County into Madison County. Again, the possibility of a tornado with this one. You can see where the rotation is showing up here close to French's Mill along 72. Little hook appendage here that corresponds with where we have the wind velocity as well. You can see that, again, right along 72 here. Now I'm beginning to move a little east of French's Mill on 72. So in these areas, on 72 headed out of East Limestone into western parts of Madison County, there's Burr Green Gin, there's Capshaw Road. I want you in your tornado shelter in these areas for the possibility that we may have a tornado that could touch down with this storm moving out of East Limestone into western parts of Madison County. Let's kind of track this out for you as well. The area rotation getting ready to cross the county line. This is coming east, a little bit of a jog to the north, so estimated time of arrival here, the Capshaw area, in the next few minutes. Old Monrovia by 9:12. Huntsville, that would be downtown or just a little north, coming in by 9:25. So basically, if you are right around Highway 72 in Madison County, heading into downtown and points just to the north of there, I want you in your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this particular thunderstorm as it is moving through this part of Madison County. Again, a tornado warning is in effect right now. Let's take a look at our Decatur radar. Going to see the live sweep come around. Things are going to update here. Still seeing little east of French's Mill, approaching Capshaw. Again, right here is the county line. Also County Line Road, Old Railroad Bed Road, headed out of East Limestone, again, right along Highway 72 into western parts of Madison County. I want you in your shelter in these areas for, again, the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. Circulation still sort of showing up in this area from our live radar. Back a little closer to French's Mill. And maybe that debris signature, which it appeared that we maybe had briefly, has perhaps lifted. But these storms can often go through cycles where they go up and down in intensity and in tornado potential. Let's see here what the latest updates that we're getting information-wise. Again, some reports of some hail coming on in. Storm in Lincoln County is still significant. Let me go ahead and reset the view here. Everything that we've got going on is pretty much north of the Tennessee River. So south of the Tennessee River, we're not seeing any development. New storm that's developed here along the Lauderdale-Limestone County line. We're going to keep an eye on that. Again, we got our tornado-warned storm pulling out of Athens, but moving towards Madison and Huntsville. We've got another tornado-warned storm here south of Ardmore. However, that storm appears to have weakened. Our storm near Fayetteville, just to the south of there in southern Lincoln County and southern Middle Tennessee, that storm, at least the tornado debris signature that we had been seeing last look, had gone away. Two other tornado-warned storms. We got one right on the state line here in Jackson County, and then we've got another one close to Hollywood. So tornado warning on all of these storms. So we still have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 storms right now with tornado warnings. The ones I'm most concerned about still is in Lincoln County, and also our storm coming out of Athens, East Limestone area, moving into western parts of Madison County. So let's get a new scan update on that. Again, we're seeing the circulation showing up here right along Highway 72, a little east now of French's Mill, getting ready to move into western parts of Madison County. Again, if you're over here towards the Capshaw area, there's the latest update. Again, basically 72 north towards Capshaw. Need you in your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado developing here with this particular thunderstorm. We will pinpoint this. So this is showing up right along Capshaw Road. This is Birch Bark Street. This is where we are seeing the circulation, where it is the strongest. So again, if you are anywhere between 72 and Capshaw Road here in western Madison County, I need you in your shelter. There you see the rotation showing up just a little north of Highway 72 now. Let me check our Decatur radar. And in particular, any indications of anything on the ground, not seeing that. So that is some good news. Latest sweep update coming around here. You'll see the data change. Still on the backside of this storm, approaching the Capshaw area. Again, we are seeing that rotation showing up here. So this is going to be passing. This is 72. This is Capshaw Road. So in this general area, Madison County, between 72 and Capshaw, those areas, I want you in your shelter for, again, possibility that something may develop out of this tornado-wise. There's another view here. Okay, so we're getting some damage reports. Dan, let's go over to Dan. Dan,
right.
Some storm damage reports. Let's get a rundown of those that are coming in.
Take a look at this. Did we have, I understand, live television, we're going to do this right here on the air. We had a viewer picture that was taken on State Line Street in Elkmont. Do we have that available to show on air right now? From Sarah sent this out a few minutes ago. We do not. Okay. But this is if we could get this picture as quickly as we can on the air, this is a significant, obvious tornado on the ground up there in Elkmont. We're going to look at some storm damage. We have storm damage reported now in Limestone County, Brigadoon, Athens, trees down and some structure damage. No injuries reported so far per the Limestone County EMA. That is good news. We are going to check, let me check real quickly here, power outages. And it's been amazing, Jeff, the whole evening I've been scouring these utility web pages, and there have yet to be any power outages that I've seen in some of these major utilities. And that is some good news. So I guess ran through the entire gamut here that I've seen so far. Nothing. Now Tennessee's another story. They've been dealing with these severe storms and tornadoes throughout the day today. There were over almost 42,000 customers without power in Tennessee, including in southern middle Tennessee, places like Giles County and Lincoln County, but most of the power outages have been concentrated in and around the Nashville area up there. So we're still doing well in terms of that. It's just amazing what this technology can do that Jeff's been showing you. Not just, I mean, it's dark, it's scary outside, there's a lot of rain, you're not going to see these storms coming, so we are able to be your eyes in the storm, not just to see the storm, but Jeff, also to see inside the storms, to see what they're doing, to see that rotation, where it is right now, where the danger lies, and where these storms are heading. It's a really important technology, this 31 triple Doppler that we have available to us. So those are the damage reports we're seeing right now, but again, the lightning out of these storms has just been incredible. Thousands of lightning strikes since this started a couple of hours ago, Jeff, and that can be dangerous in and of itself, not just the wind damage, obviously, from a strong tornado, but all the lightning strikes that are out there hitting trees, hitting possibly rooftops and power poles and things like that. So be very careful out there. Some of these storms will take down tree limbs and power lines, and you may not know it. If you're going to get out there and take a picture, please be extra careful because those power lines may be down. You might not see them because of the rain and the darkness out there.
All right, yeah, definitely some good advice, Dan. And if you do encounter down power lines, of course, down trees, don't try to drive over those sort of things. Try to find an alternate route. And of course, at this point in time, I don't recommend anybody get out until the weather conditions have improved. All right, multiple tornado warnings going on. Our storm here in Lincoln County appears to be ramping back up just a little bit. We do continue, though, with a tornado-warned storm moving out of East Limestone Crossing from Limestone County into western Madison County right now. This is going to impact parts of Madison from Highway 72 up to Capshaw Road in particular, and perhaps eventually moving across North Huntsville. Our storm in northern Madison County, I will say, even though there's a tornado warning still in effect, this storm appears to be falling apart, and maybe because it's being squeezed out of the stronger tornadic storm here southeast of Fayetteville, and of course our stronger potential tornadic storm moving out of East Limestone into western Madison County. So I think the threat is kind of diminishing here with this storm moving from the Harvest area over towards Hazel Green and Meridianville, but we're keeping an eye on that as well. Let's kind of run down all the warnings. Again, we do have an active tornado warning here right along the state line in Jackson County for this particular storm near Summer Bluff. But again, this is hugging the state line, and we'll be moving out of our coverage area here shortly. In fact, it is pretty much on the cusp of that happening. But let's take a look here inside this storm. And we'll show you where the rotation is. Right along 72 near Summer Bluff, greens blowing toward, reds away. There's your rotation. Don't think we have anything imminent tornado-wise here. This is northwest of you folks in Bridgeport, so this is going to stay north of you there. Again, we have another tornado-warned storm here to the south. This one is located, looks a little east of Henniger, but let's take a look here at the latest warning track. No, that's a new warning that has come out. All right, let's take a look at the storm here, which is going to be a little east of Hollywood. So this is another tornado-warned storm near Fackler. Circulation, these have all looked the same. Got that hook echo. That's your rotation. Rain's being pulled around the circulation. This is north of Rosalie. So tornado warning on this storm as well, although the way it looks on radar, doesn't look quite as bad when you look at it on the wind velocity. But still need to be seeking shelter here north of Rosalie with that storm tracking across that portion of Jackson as well as DeKalb County. Another tornado-warned storm here. This one's actually right on the state line, a little northeast of Valley Head, and again, getting ready to cross into Georgia. So that one is not a concern for much longer for you folks in DeKalb County. Lincoln County, Tennessee, this storm, almost positive, has produced a tornado from near Blanch and points eastward. The storm's still capable of that. You can see the circulation showing up a little east of Howe Hill. This is now in the Flintville area. Again, the green blowing toward the radar, reds away. Counterclockwise rotation showing up here close to Flintville. Taking a look at the debris tracker, maybe something here coincident with that. It's a little off from the velocity, but in Flintville, you need to be in your shelter. Our storm here, northern Madison County. Not really seeing any circulation with it. I know the tornado warning does continue near Madison's Crossroads, but really the circulation, what we're seeing on radar, has decreased markedly with this. But different story here along 72. Heading into western parts of Madison County, Rainbow Mountain Heights, Skyline Acres. There's your circulation showing up, again, right on 72. This is Jeff Road, Slaughter Road area. If you know where that is, the big Kroger marketplace there. And again, headed down Highway 72 is where this circulation is going to be tracking, working its way towards Mid-City, towards Research Park Boulevard area. This is where this circulation is going to be tracking. Again, no confirmation that anything has touched down here. But let's take a look here at our radar out of Decatur, showing the rotation in that general vicinity as well. Not seeing anything, though, on the debris tracker that would indicate anything tornadic on the ground, lofting debris. Similar situation here looking at the Weather Service radar. But definitely rotation is continuing to show up here. Again, this is right as 72 hits Jeff Road, Slaughter Road there. North side of Madison heading into northwestern Huntsville. So again, this area of rotation is going to continue to basically track right along 72. So this is now, again, close to where that Kroger is. Again, going to be headed down Highway 72, passing by, if you know where Rhyme Village Way is, there on the north part of Cummins Research Park, where the Target Shopping Center is. Again, crossing Research Park Boulevard over into Mid-City. This is where this area of rotation is going to be moving. So I need you in your shelter in these areas, heading out of Madison into the west side of Huntsville, for again the possibility that a tornado could develop here. We're not seeing indications of perhaps anything on the ground at this point. We're not getting reports of anything that is on the ground. But there's definitely rotation showing up in this thunderstorm, tracking into the west side of Huntsville. So again, if you are in the west side of Huntsville, 72, basically going to Research Park Boulevard, and of course eventually turning into University Drive, need you in your shelter in that part of Huntsville. This will eventually be approaching near and probably just north of the downtown area, where we do continue to see rotation in this thunderstorm. Again, here it is, plain as day. Greens are blowing toward the radar, reds are away. There's your circulation showing up. This is Slaughter Road. Again, Jeff Road when you go north to 72. So this is right along 72, headed along the busy shopping area there, down towards the Target Shopping Center. Again, where you got the Walmart, a little bit farther down from that, Research Park Boulevard. There's your latest update. Still seeing the rotation here. I will say it's not concentrated. It's not what I would call, just looking at it here visually, incredibly strong, but it's there nonetheless. So you do need to be seeking shelter. This is about ready to approach Research Park Boulevard, getting ready to cross there, and it'll continue down 72 University, heading into that part, eventually, that part of Huntsville, eventually crossing the Parkway down that direction as well. But again, no confirmation of anything on the ground here, not seeing anything from the debris tracker that is alarming me, but let's take a look here. Tornado warning does continue for Madison County. Some power outages being reported in the Monrovia area. There were some power flashes reported in the city of Madison, so that would have been when this was moving through. You know, earlier the area of circulation was between 72 and Capshaw, and it looks like that area of circulation has maybe shifted a little bit. But we're still seeing it here, right along 72 University Drive. Again, getting ready to head across Research Park Boulevard in that west side of Huntsville. So I need you in your shelter if you are in West Huntsville. Let's get up here, northern Madison County. Still seeing maybe some rotation showing up here as well into Lincoln County. This is our other storm of concern. So I think these are the two main ones that we're worried about right now. This one, pretty sure produced a tornado. In fact, almost 100% positive this produced a tornado in southern parts of Lincoln County and did some damage there. Right now that circulation is located near Flintville. Let's kind of reset the view. Again, we've got this storm here, still rotating near Flintville. This would be headed out of Lincoln County into parts of Franklin County. So just a heads up, just outside of our area, but I know some folks here watch us in Huntland. Tennessee there in Franklin County, this is tracking in your direction. You need to be in your shelter. Again, if you are in West Huntsville along 72 University Drive, you need to be in your tornado shelter there. We've got other possible tornadoes in the east. You just saw the warning there. DeKalb County dropped. That storm has moved into Georgia, but we do continue with another tornado warning here into parts of Jackson County. And this is going to be for a storm north of Rosalie, a little east of Martintown, Wanville. This one headed towards Sulphur Springs. And again, this will be staying in Jackson County and perhaps clipping the far northern part of DeKalb County here. There's Highway 72. This is going to stay a little south of the Bridgeport area in Jackson County, but this one also a possibility for a tornado. Quick look at the wind velocity here. I just don't see anything super indicative of an imminent sort of tornado here, but there's still some broad rotation showing up. There you see the latest sweep coming around. Again, the greens are towards, the reds away, so east of Wanville near Yucca, there is some what we would call broad circulation with this storm, but nothing that is incredibly concentrated that would be indicative of an imminent type of tornado situation. The debris tracker also not showing anything that would indicate a tornado is imminent there. Southern parts of Lincoln County, though, different story. This storm continues to be a strongly rotating one near Flintville. Still seeing that showing up here. North of Elora is where the rotation has moved now out of the Flintville area. And again, this will be tracking out of Lincoln County into Franklin County. But for folks in Huntland, particularly if you know someone that lives there, you might want to give them the heads up that this is on the way. Our northern Madison County storm, maybe still just a little bit of broad rotation here near Madison Crossroads. I'm not real concerned about tornado potential here with this particular storm. And we are continuing to monitor here. Again, now approaching the Parkway, our rotation showing up here in Madison County in the Huntsville area. You can see some of the neighborhoods, Shady Lane, West Lawn, showing up here, Chapman Heights. Rotation is right along 72. 72 about ready to where it meets up with the Parkway here, or excuse me, this is Jordan Lane. And that is where we're going to see this storm continue to move on through 565 area, staying pretty close to that as well, where all this kind of comes together here across near and north of downtown Huntsville. The circulation, I would say, is broad. It's not concentrated, but it is still there. And we're not getting any reports, and that's good. One report of some power flashes in Madison. But that's it. We're not getting any damage reports. So something particularly with this storm has touched down in either Athens, Madison, or West Huntsville. We would be hearing about it, and we're just not getting those reports at this point in time. So that is some great news.
Jeff, in just the
yes, Dan.
last couple of minutes here, just the last couple of minutes here, we do have a report of a major power outage in the Madison, specifically, let me look here, where is this? Madison County area. This is 1,835 customers impacted, and it looks like this is going to be just off to the east of 53, just to the east of 53 and north of 72. South of the Drake's Mountain area, it looks like. And yes, so that is a major power outage. 1,800 customers impacted there in just that one. We also have this picture to show you. We mentioned earlier. Look at this, Jeff. This is from earlier today, that western Limestone County tornado that you were talking about. And this is apparently some graphic visual confirmation of that tornado that apparently looks to be touching down there. This viewer, Way 31 viewer, sent that in from her front porch on State Line Street in Elkmont. And you can see that she calls it the Elk River area. But that is a southwest Limestone County, just over the Tennessee River, looks like, by the Elk River. Obviously, a tornado appears to be on the ground at that point right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's very obvious that there's probably something on the ground. And of course, that corresponded with where we did have an active tornado warning. We mentioned Elkmont multiple times with that particular thunderstorm as it came across northern parts of Limestone County. So we appreciate that photo. I do want to emphasize it helps us out, but only if you can get them safely. So only want you to take those pictures and share them with us if you can do it safely, but it does help tell the weather story. So perhaps we'll find that there was some damage associated with that just based on that picture. Certainly would expect that would be the case. Still monitoring our storm here coming across the city of Huntsville. With an active tornado warning. Again, no reports of anything, nothing confirmed. There is still circulation showing up here. It is fairly broad. It is not what we would call concentrated or particularly strong in any one area, but broad rotation showing up here close to the downtown area. Again, 72 University, 565, the Parkway. This general area is where we are seeing this circulation showing up. Just a reminder, the color scheme here, reds are blowing away, green is towards, counterclockwise rotation showing up in this area. But again, nothing that is super concentrated. Let me take a look here at debris tracker. I don't see anything indicative of this that would suggest that there is something on the ground. And again, the important part of this, we're not getting reports. Now, there's a tremendous amount of lightning. That in and of itself may cause quite a few power outages here across the city. And a reminder, if you do lose power, you can always watch our live stream on the Way 31 Storm Tracker weather app, also on our website, waytv.com. If you do happen to lose power. Definitely a powerful storm moving through the city of Huntsville. Again, the possibility for a tornado with it, although that threat appears to maybe have lessened just a little bit. We also continue with the tornado warned storm here at Lincoln County in Tennessee. This one, in addition, of course, to that picture that we got out of Elkmont, which now leads me to believe that something did touch down there. I am 100% confident that we had a tornado touchdown in southern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, and I expect we will be getting some reports of some damage there because that did go through a few small communities there. Hopefully no significant damage, hopefully no injuries or anything worse than that, but almost 100% positive that of any storm that did produce a tornado, that one did. Let's take a look here at some other products. Getting back to our storm here in Lincoln County, we look at wind shear, which is basically the radars analyzing the data and spitting out where basically areas of rotation is, kind of always confirms what we are seeing. And you're still seeing that near the Flintville area and points eastward. Our storm here in Madison County, which to be honest, the area of rotation is just about out of the warned area. But you can see, again, a little indication here in the wind shear picking up on that rotation that we've been monitoring. So that is still there as well out of that particular thunderstorm. Let's just check some other areas. Here, Jackson County, with our still tornado warning here. When I last looked at that, I did mention that I thought that the rotation was weakening. Not seeing any strong wind shear associated with that. The storm, which was in northern DeKalb County and headed into Georgia, that one is showing indications of some strong wind shear, so a greater tornado potential with that showing up at this time. And we can go back here, we can also kind of track all this out. This will show you where all these areas of rotation tracked. So we had the area rotation that developed here northwest of Town Creek, right in the far northern part of Lawrence County, moved across Limestone County, again very close to Athens, close to Tanner, moved across the county line into Madison County, and again, so you can see that was fairly a long area of tracked rotation. Our storm that, again, we just got the picture in from Elkmont showing a tornado. That's the shear track from it in northern parts of Limestone County. And our other area of prolonged rotation that we were tracking, and again, this one very likely did produce a tornado in southern Lincoln County that started north of Ardmore, tracked south of Fayetteville, and is basically held together across the entirety of Lincoln County. All right, let's get in. Again, we've got two storms of most concern right now, still the one in Lincoln County and still the one moving through Huntsville. Let's get into Huntsville. Again, not getting any reports of any damage, but let me get the latest info here. We're still seeing that area rotation, again, near the downtown area, getting ready to head just outside of that, right along 565. So going over Chapman Mountain is where we're seeing the circulation showing up here that we've been tracking with this particular thunderstorm. Again, nothing that's confirmed. I'm going to take the lightning off of here. Sometimes it hides some of the data, but this is still an obviously rotating storm. I mean, it's easy to tell just by looking at it. The rain's being wrapped around the circulation, so the circulation again pulling just a little east of, that was my phone going off, a little east of downtown. So this is going over Chapman Mountain right now. So probably they've extended the warning. They have extended the warning from downtown. Let me take a look here at the, okay, no, right here. I think we have something now that's touching down. Right here. Again, a little east of downtown. I think we have something that is maybe touched down here on the debris tracker. Still seeing that area rotation. We're hearing the sirens go off here at the top of the mountain. Again, this is more going over Chapman Mountain. So tornado warning has been extended now for other parts of Madison County. Chapman Heights area right now, there's the latest update showing the storm going over the Bankhead Parkway. It's going to be near that, near Chapman Mountain, 72 area, perhaps passing just a little north of where we are here on top of the mountain. So again, tornado warning has been extended now. So if you are at Chapman Mountain, if you are here towards the Bankhead Parkway, Chapman Mountain area, going over towards Shields Road, 72 there, over the mountain. So this is over East Huntsville. Again, we are seeing indications perhaps of something that is on the ground here on our debris tracker. Focus in a little tighter here. Again, this is Eccles Hill. This is Montesano Boulevard, Bankhead Parkway area. So where Bankhead Parkway comes up the mountain, meets up with Montesano Boulevard. Again, this is going to be just a little north of our location here on top of the mountain. So going over portions of Montesano to Chapman Mountain in that, basically in the valley area between the two mountains. This is where it is coming on through. Again, we're hearing the sirens go off outside our studio right now. We're getting our camera that we have here at the station. I don't know if we can pull that up full. So this is looking out over the city. Don't see anything visually here. Maybe a little lowering on the left side of the screen. You see the clouds dipping just a little bit at times. So again, this is a live picture looking just north of the station here on top of the mountain. If you can, again, it looks, it's really hard to tell. This is our Decatur radar, again, kind of showing the same thing. The green blowing towards, red's away, so there's your circulation showing up here now, a little east of downtown. Perhaps right in, there you saw just a brief glimpse. Perhaps something that did touch down here, again, just east of downtown. Just east of downtown. This was just a couple minutes ago. This is from our Decatur radar. National Weather Service radar kind of showing the same signature here. perhaps something that is on the ground or did just come down. Again, we've got a live picture outside right now, looking here from top of the mountain, looking just off to the north of our location with this storm coming on through. Perhaps some lowering of the clouds. Reported some 60-mile-per-hour winds along Oakwood Drive, 565, with the storm coming through right now. Maybe if we could turn the camera just a little bit more to the left. Okay, definitely seeing some lowering here from our vantage point here on top of the mountain. Again, very close to top now of Montesano. This is coming right over our heads.
More indications of power outages as well across the Madison Huntsville area. As well, Jeff. More indications of power outages.
Yeah,
about 4,000 customers
Everyone
now.
here at the station, we need to get to shelter. I think we need to get to shelter right now.
All right.
We are going to stay on here, but we are going to seek shelter. Again, circulation showing up. It looks like they're coming right over Montesano. You see the live picture that we've got up right now. We're going to leave the radar up, showing the rotation. Going to leave our live camera up as well. And we are at least going to step out of the studio here for just a second until this is passed. This is going right over close to Governor's, right over the top of the mountain.
Hey, Sarah.
So again, just want to let you know we are seeking shelter here at the station as this rotation appears to be going right over the top of Montesano. If you are on Montesano, if you are 431 into Hampton Cove, I want you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility that we've got a tornado coming over Montesano right now, getting ready to head down into the Hampton Cove area. Again, we are taking shelter here just for a moment. I hope everyone can still hear me on air. But again, going right over Montesano, circulation is moving right overhead. And it is going to be going down the other side of the mountain into the Hampton Cove area. So if you're in Hampton Cove, if you're in Owens Crossroads, I need you to seek shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado. We've already had some reports of 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm coming on through. And again, I hope we're still on air. We did take a little bit of a power hit here at the station, but that circulation going right over Montesano right now. And again, we'll be headed down the other side of the mountain into the Hampton Cove area. Owens Crossroads. Perhaps if it takes a little bit more of a turn, it could eventually find its way towards New Hope. But again, on this east side of Huntsville, basically over Montesano, if you live anywhere between Highway 72 going over Chapman Mountain and down to 431 through the Hampton Cove area, I need you in your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility of a tornado moving over this part of East Huntsville as we speak. We are taking shelter right now just to be on the safe side here at the station. Again, we've got the radar still up here. You can see the wind velocity. Again, moving right over the mountain. Going to be headed down the side of the mountain along 431. Close to 431, staying a little south of 72. So again, Hampton Cove area, down to Owens Crossroads. I need you in your tornado shelter We did have reports of some strong wind, I believe in the vicinity of Oakwood Avenue. Whether that was associated just with thunderstorm winds or a tornado, we do not know that. We do know that this storm has had a long track of circulation, starting across northern Lawrence County through Limestone County, Madison County. This is the most significant that the circulation with this particular thunderstorm has really looked. And again, tracking right through the east side of Huntsville from the top of Montesano down towards Hampton Cove. I need you to be in your shelter in these areas for, again, the possibility of a tornado. I think probably the threat has passed our location, just based on what I'm seeing. So I'm going to make my way back to the studio, and we are going to check and see what new information we have. Again, Hampton Cove area, Owens Crossroads, I need you in your shelter for, again, the possibility that this may continue to pose a tornado threat as it works its way on into areas now east of Huntsville. You can see where this is headed. Again, down the mountain, here's Doug Hill Road. So again, this has passed our location over Montesano Boulevard, but again, tracking down the mountain, again, into the Hampton Cove area. So I need you in your shelter in these areas. Basically, this is going to be traveling, looks like between 72 on the north side, 431 on the south. So anywhere here in this valley from Hampton Cove off to Owens Crossroads, need you in your shelter for the possibility of a tornado with this particular thunderstorm coming on through. Checking to see the latest information here about any damage reports that have come on in. And I'm going to switch this over. Again, there is your circulation. We had to seek shelter from this just because of the proximity to the TV station. And it appears, looking at our debris tracker, we are hearing the sirens again. But again, this is coming down the mountain into the Hampton Cove area. This is our debris tracker that is indicative of something on the ground. This is 431 Governor's Drive. This is Montesano Boulevard, so this has just come past us. I don't believe we have any damage here, but I've not stuck my head outside. But there you go, and that has moved. So I think we have something that is on the ground here, moving down the mountain into Hampton Cove. So I need you in your tornado shelter. We are going to track this, what we call the debris signature, moving primarily off to the east. These are some things that pop up: Little Cove Greenway, Sublet Mill. Again, basically anywhere in Hampton Cove down to Owens Crossroads. Need you in your shelter. It appears that we have a tornado that has touched down, has been moving, maybe started close to Oakwood Avenue, moved up and over Montesano, very close to our location, and is now traveling down the mountain into the Hampton Cove area. Again, just to give you your bearings, this is 431, this is Governor's Drive. This is Highway 72, the other yellow line that you see here. So this is tracking towards Moontown, again towards the Hampton Cove area. You get down at this point, this is Cecil Ashburn, going back up Green Mountain at that point. I believe this is the what they call the Eastern Bypass, which will take you over to 72 towards the Gurley area. But again, right here in the vicinity of Doug Hill Road, this is our debris signature showing up on radar, indicating what is probably a tornado on the ground. There's your rotation showing up, well-defined, here in the vicinity of Doug Hill Road. Again, going down the east side of Montesano into the Hampton Cove area. So I need you to be in your shelter, lowest level of the building that you are in. I need as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I need you to cover your head. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, that is going to be your safest place to be. Otherwise, a small interior room, interior closet, interior bathroom. I need you to be headed there if you're in the Hampton Cove area. If you're over towards Gurley, I want you to head to your shelter as well. Again, here is our strong rotation. We have a debris signature associated with this. Again, coming down the east side of Montesano into Hampton Cove. This is Governor's Drive 431. This is Highway 72. This is the bypass that goes from Governor's 431 over to Gurley, this road right here. I need you in your shelter in these areas right now if you are not already there. If you lose power, which we may have here on top of the mountain, we had a power flash, our power dimmed. That may have meant our generators came on. We do have power here. If you lose power as this storm moves through, just remember you can watch our coverage streaming on your cell phone on the Way 31 news and weather apps. Let's take a look here, get the latest update on the debris tracker. And we're still seeing that. This may be delayed a couple minutes, but at least a couple minutes ago, close to Doug Hill Road, that appears to be a tornado on the ground. Again, moving through the Hampton Cove area, it's going to be tracking near Moontown. It's going to be tracking towards Gurley. Let me expand the view here just a little bit. Don't want to lose track of some other storms, but this one, this is the one of most immediate concern. This signature that you see on radar, again, this is the rotation. Rain being wrapped around the circulation. Again, close to Doug Hill Road, the Moontown area. Again, if you're over here towards Gurley, this storm is tracking in your direction. So I need you to be headed to your shelter. Hopefully you're already there, Hampton Cove, Owens Crossroads area. Over here towards Gurley. I'm going to track the storm for you. This is a significant storm. We will show you the most dangerous part of the storm, where the rotation is. Again, this is going to be headed through the Gurley area, Owens Crossroads. These are the places where I need you to be headed to your shelter if you're not already there. Brownsboro by 9:46. Gurley, it'll be there around 9:52. Paint Rock, 9:58. The Woodville School by 10:06. Trenton by 10:08. So this right now, the tornado warning only covers parts of eastern Madison County, but very likely if this storm continues to look like it does right now on radar, this warning will be extended on into Jackson County as well. So Woodville to the Paint Rock area, maybe even eventually down the road into Scottsboro, this storm is tracking in your direction. But it is imperative right now, Hampton Cove area to Gurley, that you are in your tornado safe place. Again, lowest level of the building that you're in, with as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. With this storm. It is basically kind of by itself. There's a lot of energy still in the atmosphere over here towards Madison County, or excuse me, Marshall County, Guntersville, and to the north that this storm is going to be pulling in and feeding off of. We have another strong storm coming through Athens, severe thunderstorm warning with that one. But again, our storm of immediate concern is the one here, eastern parts of Madison County. You need to be in your shelter. It appears that we've had a tornado touchdown, waiting to see if we get some damage reports. This appears to have gone right over the top of Montesano Mountain, very close to our location. The circulation right now is right over Moontown, and it is taking a little bit of a jog back to the north. It had come kind of southeast near downtown and again over Montesano, and now perhaps taking a little more of a jog back off to the east and the northeast. So the circulation appears to be right over Moontown, the Brownsboro area. Again, these spots you need to be in your shelter. Down the road towards Gurley, I need you in your shelter as well. Here is the latest on the rotation, which looks a little weaker than it did when it was moving right over the top of our head here at our TV station. But there's your circulation again in the vicinity of Moontown. Reds away, greens toward, counterclockwise. So Moontown to Brownsboro, the circulation a little bit less intense. Let me check the debris tracker, see if we're still seeing a signature, and it appears that that has gone away. But let me take you back in time here, and we're going to show you from near downtown what this looked like. So it was starting at this point, just east of downtown, that I was concerned that we had something that perhaps was touching down. This would have been, again, just off of 72 and between 72 and Governors on the east side of downtown. This got more intense as it went over the mountain, more pronounced, particularly right here. And there you saw the scan update. This is Montesano Boulevard, so this came right over the top of our head. Again, I don't know what the situation outside our studio is, but that was, just based on radar confirmation, we would say that was a tornado on the ground. And then we march up to the current time. This was a few moments ago. Again, as it was crossing, this is Doug Hill Road, headed towards the Moontown area. There was still that, what we call tornado debris signature, showing up on the debris tracker. And that has since appeared to gone away here a little east of Moontown. But I want you to still be in your shelter if you are downstream from this storm. Very often what these storms do is they will cycle. They will go through, they will spin up, they'll produce a tornado. Some of the physics involved in the atmosphere to produce that, eventually the conditions go away, but this type of storm is one that those conditions could return again, and this could end up producing another tornado. I do believe at the moment that threat has temporarily subsided, but this is still a very powerful thunderstorm. It's got that classic look, what we call a hook echo on the back side of it. That's the rotation. We're still seeing the rotation. The rotation has weakened. We are not seeing the debris signature like we were. But the rotation is still there. And again, sometimes what these storms can do is they'll cycle. And so we're going to be watching very closely. Right now, that circulation, it looks like it's showing up here. There's the Eastern Bypass. There's Little Cove Road. Again, heading into Gurley. So Gurley, I need you to be in your shelter. Circulation is still showing up in the vicinity of the Eastern Bypass, Little Cove Road, about ready to head into Gurley. It is not as strong as it was, and we are not seeing the debris signature like we did, but that does not mean that the threat is over with this storm. This is still a extremely well-organized storm, the way it depicts itself on radar, and as it continues to track eastward out of Madison County and eventually into, well, it's about ready to head into Jackson County, it may produce another tornado. So again, the storm has turned just a little more to the east. It had been going a little bit more southeast, but again, Gurley and basically areas near and north of Woodville, over here towards Pleasant Groves. Even though you're not included in the warning area, very likely the warning is going to be extended. So again, Gurley to north of Woodville to Pleasant Groves, I need you to be in your tornado shelter. Again, this is now pulling away from, it looks like the Hampton Cove area as it was coming down the mountain. Took just a little bit of a turn back here towards 72 now, but again, approaching Gurley and headed across the Madison County line on into Jackson County. I do want to check on a couple other storms that we have out here. Again, for the moment, the tornado potential, I think, has diminished. We do have another strong storm here coming through Limestone County. Want to do a quick check here just to make sure nothing is spinning with this. Maybe a little rotation in the vicinity of Athens. We're going to keep an eye on that. Nothing that is immediately alarming, but we're watching that. Other storms showing up here in northern parts of Madison County into Lincoln County. We've got another strong storm coming through. This one is not showing signs of any significant rotation. There is a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. And the other storms that we have here, northeastern Jackson County near Stevenson. We'll watch this one as well. Again, I don't think we have anything particularly alarming in terms of circulation with this. Maybe a little bit of rotation showing up here west Stevenson, so we're going to keep an eye on that. There is a little rotation showing up here with this storm. We will see if that develops anymore. Currently, there's not a tornado warning on this, but there is rotation associated with it. All right, here's the latest on our storm. Again, still seeing the circulation showing up here. You see the latest scan. It's right here near Little Cove Road and the Eastern Bypass, getting ready to head into Gurley. If you've traveled this road, the Eastern Bypass, if you follow that all the way around, it runs right out to 72 here in Gurley. This is where the circulation is tracking right now. Again, very close to moving into Gurley. It is not as strong as it was, not even close to what it had previously been. But again, this is still a very well-organized storm, and we're going to have to continue to watch for the possibility for additional tornado potential with it. Weather Service is noting there is broad rotation with the storm over Athens that I just showed you a moment ago, so we're watching that. Also of note, Weather Service also noting that the rotation is weaker with this storm now. Emergency Management, Madison County is reporting some damage in the 5 Points area. So again, this would have been east of downtown, 5 Points, going up Montesano, coming down Montesano through Dug Hill Road area into parts of Hampton Cove. I think we had a tornado on the ground during that time frame. And again, it came very close to going right over our heads here at the station. Those are the reports that we have right now. Let's take you back here. Again, this is the latest scan. You saw an update. There's still rotation with this storm. It's moving right through Gurley right now. It will travel a little north of Paint Rock. So north of there, around Garth. Once you're in your tornado shelter, again, for the possibility this may spin up another tornado, that is certainly a possibility. I will say the rotation is not quite as pronounced. It is still showing up here in the vicinity, though, of Gurley. So it is still there, but it is not what it previously was. Let's get you back into Limestone County. I want to take a look here at our storm near Athens as well. And again, there's a little rotation showing up here, perhaps along I-65. Actually, in the part of the storm where we would typically look for significant circulation, not really seeing it. So okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. So we have new pictures. Additional pictures have come in. We did have the picture of a tornado near Elkmont earlier, but you know, we need newsrooms continue to check with parts of Huntsville. Again, damage reports coming out of the 5 Points area. Again, we may even have some damage right outside of our studio here on Montesano Boulevard, somewhere along this top of Montesano. We have some new video. All right, let's take a look at this and just let me know what we've got here video-wise. This is, where's this from? Okay, this is Holmes and Clinton, downtown Huntsville. No injuries reported. This would be in the 5 Points area. Again, so this is damage in the 5 Points area, just east of downtown Huntsville. Where just based on the damage, based on the radar, it appears that a tornado did touch down. Perhaps moved up and over the mountain and continued down towards the Dug Hill Road area. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, let's go to Maddie McCaffrey in the Ardmore area. I think we got a live report. Do we have Maddie? Yeah.
Yes, Jeff, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, Maddie, what do you got
hey, Jeff,
for us?
right now we're here. We're making our way through Elkwood right now. We're almost kind of nearing the Ardmore area. I'm going to switch the camera around. We've definitely seen a lot of kind of debris, leaves. Something definitely came through this area just a few minutes ago as we were driving. It's definitely lightened up over here, but we've had severe heavy winds just making its way through. We've seen a lot of hail come down. It's been just constant. Right now it's kind of calmed down just a bit. You guys can kind of see the debris that's on the roads right out in front of us. And we had to stop at a gas station earlier, and we were told that there was some damage in the Ardmore area. That's why we're making our way over there right now to check it out ourselves. And we got some video in while we were driving on the highway of some significant lightning strikes and hail. And we've seen a few. We passed by a church where at least couple dozen cars were there. The church had set up a tornado shelter, and a lot of people are taking cover right now. We will get back to you guys once we make it to the Ardmore area and we can kind of assess the damage, but it's definitely just not a safe situation out here as we are making our way through Elkwood. I will send it back, or Elkmont, excuse me. I'll send it back to you in studio, Jeff.
All righty, thank you very much, Maddie. Please be safe out there. Again, we did have actually a viewer photo that came in out of Elkmont showing what appeared to be a tornado that was on the ground, so I'm not surprised that we have damage there. In fact, that is that picture out of the Elkmont area, so that is the part of Limestone County that Maddie is right now, seeing damage around town from, again, what appears to be a tornado that touched down in that location. All right, let's go back and show you the rotation as it tracked across Madison County. We were tracking broad rotation right along 72, University, Research Park Boulevard, and then right east of downtown on our rotation tracker here. I'm going to show you how that rotation really picked up. Just east of downtown. Start getting the brighter colors. Again, here's downtown, starting around 5 points, and then headed up Montesano, basically paralleling Governor's Drive, going up Montesano Boulevard here. This is where we saw the rotation at a peak, and then it did continue down the mountain. Also another pickup in the rotation here close to the Dug Hill Road area, so we may have some damage in this part of Madison County over the east side of the mountain. And then as everything kind of moved towards Moontown and Gurley, the rotation really kind of spread apart and has weakened somewhat. But the storm is still circulating as it's moving out of Madison County into Jackson County. So in these areas, I still need you to be in your tornado safe spot. This is still a rotating thunderstorm showing up here. It is approaching Garth. This is Alabama 65. It looks like the most dangerous part of the storm has moved through Gurley, but still some circulation showing up near Garth, and kind of where the part of the storm here on the southwest flank also bows out. This could be indicative of some strong wind coming on in, some strong straight line wind, and it is in between where that wind is bowing out and where wind is being pulled into the storm where we have the circulation. Again, this is right around Alabama 65 right now near Garth. And there you can see the rotation on radar. Again, it's fairly broad. It is not what it was when it was coming over east of downtown, over Montesano, and into parts of Hampton Cove. But there is still rotation showing up with this thunderstorm. So I need you to be in your shelter in the event that this does increase in intensity once again. Again, near Garth. This is passing north of Woodville, so Woodville, not a concern for you. We're going to keep an eye on the Scottsboro area. It'll be a close call. This is mostly moving east, maybe just a slight jog to the northeast. So Garth to Pleasant Groves, once you're in your shelter. Scottsboro, we're watching this for you. Perhaps it passes a little north of you. And again, the circulation has weakened from what it was. But again, this storm could certainly cycle back up again and could potentially produce another tornado somewhere in Jackson County. It is now out of Madison County. So Madison County at the moment is clear of any tornado. Well, I take that back. Looks like a tornado warning has just been issued here for the storm in Limestone County. This is the one coming out of the Athens area that we had been watching. This is now east of Athens, so new tornado warning now in effect. This also includes parts of Madison County. Likely it's going to be tracking just slightly south of where our other storm tracked there along 72. So tornado warning now out once again for parts of East Limestone and the Madison area. In fact, most of Madison is covered up by this warning from basically up towards Capshaw all the way down to 565. So I want you to head to your shelter once again in these areas. Let me take a look here at the circulation. This is from the Weather Service radar in High Top. Not seeing indicative anything real strong circulation-wise. The way it looks on radar is a concern. The way it kind of curves back here, this is very close to the French's Mill area once again. This storm, though, instead of moving more east, is taking more of a southeasterly turn. So again, possibility something could develop here. Let me take a look at our Decatur radar. And it is showing the same thing. Again, a little bit of a hook Again, this is very close to where the other storm tracked, but moving in a slightly different direction. Here is our circulation, again, right on 72, so this is increasing a bit. Again, the green toward the radar, red is away. So again, right on 72, east of Athens, approaching French's Mill and the Mooresville Road area. We are seeing rotation here. It's new scan coming around. Let's see how this changes. Still an area rotation showing up here now with this thunderstorm. So I need you to seek shelter once again if you are in East Limestone, if you are in the city of Madison. This storm, again, rotation coming right down Highway 72, US 72 out of East Limestone on into western Madison County. We are seeing circulation with this thunderstorm showing up right now. Quick look at the debris tracker. I don't see anything at the moment that's a concern. National Weather Service radar, again, the same sort of situation for us. But again, our Decatur radar is showing, again, some rotation right there along Highway 72. Let me track this out, and we will show you exactly where this storm is headed. Okay, that's in Limestone County, I believe. Okay, yeah. Let's go to that. The Brigadoon community, I mentioned that earlier, some damage that had been reported there. So these are some photos coming to us from, you said Rob Sneed? Oh. Okay, all right, this is from a viewer. We do have a crew out in that direction as well. And again, we have crews checking on any damage here around parts of the Huntsville area as well. Again, tornado warning on this storm coming out of Athens. It is east of you in Athens, but there is rotation with this thunderstorm. We're tracking it live on our radar out of Decatur. Let's kind of track this through. Coming through the Capshaw area as we work our way in through the next 5 minutes. Madison, that would be downtown Madison, where the City Hall is, 1016. Old Monrovia by 1020. Redstone Arsenal around 1024, and into downtown Huntsville around 1035. Again, we are seeing circulation showing up a little east of Athens. So again, another tornado warning out of this particular thunderstorm showing up, moving out of Limestone and on into Madison County. We've actually got the best view of this with our Decatur radar. Again, we've got the hook echo showing up here, right? Again, along 72, French's Mill, north of Pete's Corner, east of Athens, getting ready to move into western side of Madison. Even though the warning does extend all the way down to 565, that will depend on the exact track, but this is where the circulation is located. Once again, right along Highway 72, heading out of Limestone County into parts of western Madison County. Here's the latest scan update coming around. It continues to track mostly in that direction. Maybe a little jog to the south and to the east. Again, our rotation showing up here, green toward, red is away. So again, right in this general area, showing up here along 72 near French's Mill, crossing from Limestone County on into Madison County. Again, possibility of another developing tornado in this area. Taking a look at the debris tracker, I don't see anything real definitive here. That's a concern, but we're going to have to monitor this storm very closely for, again, the possibility that we may see another tornado impact parts of the Madison and Huntsville area. Let's get you back over here into Jackson County. Again, this storm appears that it did produce a tornado as it moved through east to downtown and over Montesano into parts of Hampton Cove. We are continuing to watch this storm in western Jackson County for the possibility of some additional tornado development with it. Rotation is showing up now a little south of Garth, a little to the west of Limrock. It's fairly broad in nature. Just a quick check here at our debris tracker. Don't see anything that's indicating a tornado on the ground, so some good news. But I still want you in your shelter here. Guard the most dangerous part of the storm passing you by right now, but if you're over here toward Limrock, Pleasant Groves, Larkinsville, want you in your shelter. In Scottsboro, we are watching this for you as well, as this storm will eventually be making its way in your direction. Other storms that we have going on, looks like a new tornado warning. They've just been coming one right after the other. This is now in northeast Jackson County, new tornado warning for a storm near Stevenson. This one, though, will be heading into Georgia shortly, but if you're in extreme northeastern Jackson County, east of Stevenson, need you in your shelter. This is tracking east of Highway 72 in that part of Jackson County. It does look like a small part of DeKalb County is part of this as well, but again, possible tornado that may develop with this storm. Let me get a quick look here at the wind velocity inside of it. Again, nothing that's showing up particularly strong at this point in time, but we'll keep an eye on this for you. But again, a tornado warning there for that northeast corner of Jackson County, east of Stevenson. Let me reset the view and show you what all we got going on. I can tell you, folks in the shoals, things look quieter for now. Keep in mind, this is not the be-all, end-all. This was a little less certain as to whether we were going to get evening storm development. But it did indeed happen as some of the energy and some of the things that were in play to our north earlier today towards Nashville that produced severe weather there did eventually find their way back here into North Alabama. But we're still anticipating another round of storms coming in later tonight from the northwest. That is going to bring additional severe weather threats, damaging wind, perhaps some isolated tornado activity as well. The only thing that may work in our favor is these early round of storms using up some of the energy in the atmosphere that would have otherwise been used by that round coming in later on tonight. But again, this has been rough enough as it is with multiple tornado warnings, and it appears multiple tornadoes that have touched down in parts of North Alabama as well as southern Middle Tennessee. Again, our two main storms that we're tracking right now with tornado potential, one's moving out of Limestone County into western Madison County. The storm is rotating. You can tell by looking at it. It's got that hook appendage on the back edge of it. That is because the storm is pulling the rain around the circulation on the southwest flank of the storm. But again, as we've been watching the rotation with this storm, it is not incredibly strong and well organized, but there is a little bit, again, here close to 72, very close to where the other storm came through initially. Again, near 72, near Capshaw Road, in this part of East Limestone, moving into western parts of Madison County. Again, just a little bit of rotation that we are picking up here in the lowest scan level of the storm. It's possible that as you go up in the storm, maybe the rotation's a little bit more pronounced. But the good news is you do want to see what's happening in the lowest levels of the storm, because that's where a tornado is going to form if one does develop. And at least here in the lowest scan level, we're not seeing a real pronounced rotation signature with this storm, but definitely there is circulation happening with it. So we're going to have to keep a close watch on this one. So again, if you are over here into Madison, once again, the same areas of Madison and northwest Huntsville, 72 up towards the Capshaw area, need you to be headed to your shelter once again for the possibility of a tornado with this storm. It is likely not going to make it as far south as 565, or at least here in the Madison area. Might get close again to downtown Huntsville if this continues to hold together, but a tornado warning out of this storm as well. Let me check in here, see what new information we have gotten in. More reports, tree on power lines at Smith and Holmes Road in Huntsville. Again, that is towards the 5 Points area, a little east of the downtown area. That is the newest information that we have. Again, some damage in 5 Points. I don't have any specifics on that. If you can safely take pictures of damage, that will help us. Give us that information. Let us know where the damage is. And again, if you can safely take a picture, please send that to us. You can do that via our news or weather apps and also our website, waytv.com. Let me see here. And Weather Service also emphasizing what I mentioned, the tornado-warned storm entering Madison County from Limestone County, very close to the same track of the previous storm, which did end up producing a tornado, it looks like, near and east of downtown and perhaps over Montesano and into parts of Hampton Cove. So again, possibility for another tornado that could develop with this storm. Basically, it's taken the same track that the last one did. So in the vicinity of 72, up to Capshaw Road, that part, northern part of Madison, northwest Huntsville area, need to be headed to your shelter. I don't think there is something imminent with this in terms of a tornado, but this is another rotating thunderstorm. Take a look here at our Decatur radar. And again, nothing that's jumping out at me right now, not like some of this other activity has. But nonetheless, you know, we are seeing at least some spots of rotation. Here the latest with the Weather Service radar, which is located a little bit farther away, so looking a little higher in the storm, indicating a little bit here near Capshaw Road. So if anything, this storm is maybe slightly north of where the previous one tracked. So again, there is the possibility this could produce a tornado. Hopefully, though, the first storm that came through, even though it appears did some damage, maybe sucked up a good bit of energy in this area, so perhaps this storm won't get to quite that intensity, and that is our hope. But again, a tornado warning does remain in effect for areas of western Madison County. It does include pretty much all of the city of Madison. However, I don't think this threat will really get south of 72. So even though the tornado warning does extend to that area, the way this storm is tracking, where the rotation is located, should keep it a little closer to Highway 72, University Drive area, heading into that part of west and northwest Huntsville, as opposed to getting down closer to 565 out in that end of Madison. But again, if you are here towards 72 and northward in Madison, northwest Huntsville area, once again, I want you to go and head to your tornado safe place. Lowest level of the building that you're in, put as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. And we've got, let's pull up our cameras. We've got multiple cameras up here. This will just give us a different visual on what's going on. I see them on the big monitor over here. So these are all the views. We got the one that we're looking west off the mountain. That's the top left. Off of Montesano, looking to the west. So that is a storm coming into western Madison County, just lighting up the sky. Our other cameras that we have here, I think some of these are the bottom left, I believe, is from Toyota Field. That is also looking back towards the storm that is getting ready to move into the north side of Madison. They're on 72. The shot at the bottom right, I believe, is out of Decatur. And then is Calhoun. And what's the one top right? Where is that? Okay, that is from Alabama A&M. Okay, so these are all the cameras that we have around the Huntsville area. Again, looking west towards the next storm coming on in. Again, this is a tornado-warned storm. This storm is not quite as well organized as the previous one, but it is rotating. And because the first one did end up producing, pretty sure, a tornado, 5 points area, maybe even up through parts of Montesano and down the other side through portions of Hampton Cove, does not necessarily mean that this one will produce a tornado as well. And again, this storm is not looking quite as well organized as that one, and hopefully that is going to continue to be the trend. But nonetheless, I want you in your shelter. Again, the most dangerous part of this storm, right around Capshaw Road area. This is 72 here in the yellow line. So if you live here on this side of Madison, northwest Huntsville, you can see Western Hills Estates. It's going to be tracking in that direction. Over here towards the Monrovia area. Once again, we're talking Jeff Road north of 72. Again, this is where this is going to be tracking. So basically along 72 northward, up here towards the Capshaw area, parts of northwest Huntsville, Monrovia area. Want you in your shelter once again for, again, the possibility that this storm could could produce a tornado as it comes on through. I know the warning does extend all the way down here south of 565, but more than likely the storm is not going to track in that direction. In fact, let me put a storm track on this, and we will show you where the most dangerous part of the storm is going. Once again, this could come right over downtown. Madison, downtown, Old Madison area where the courthouse is, that vicinity around 1022, into downtown Huntsville by 1036, so about 20 minutes out from downtown Huntsville, where the most dangerous part of the storm is going to be tracking on through. Again, for the most part, it looks like it is going to go right down Highway 72, maybe just slightly north of that location, with, again, the possibility it could produce a tornado. Although it would appear here, this green line here, this is likely an indication of wind kind of blowing out away from the storm. And hopefully that is going to pinch off the inflow into the circulation here, which would limit the tornado potential. So we hope that we'll continue to see the way this appears. But with that said, there is still rotation here. Again, right close to 72, a little north of there, Capshaw Road. Green toward the radar, red is away. There's your rotation. It is not what I would call strong. It is weak, but it is there. There's the latest update. It's still in place. Again, going right down Capshaw, Old Monrovia Road area, heading in again where 72 bows up here. This is Jeff Road north, and then Slaughter Road to the south of 72. Again, you got the big Kroger there on the Jeff Road side of 72. And again, that is where the circulation is going through. I hate that I'm saying the same things again, but the storm is taking almost the same exact track that the previous one did. So again, there's your circulation showing up, moving through, again, parts of northwest Huntsville, the Monrovia area, where the Kroger is, Jeff Road. Eventually, this is going to be going across Research Park Boulevard, probably just slightly north of 72 University, and then tracking across portions of North Huntsville from there, maybe towards Oakwood University, Oakwood College, and again, close to where the last one went through as well. So that is where we are seeing rotation. Let me reset the view here. Just make sure I'm not missing anything else with any of these other storms. Does look like our storm here in Jackson County picking up in intensity. Let me get a check on that for you folks over here. Perhaps another tornado with this storm. See, actually a couple areas of rotation. This is the most significant one near Limrock, near Larkinsville. There's the latest update. Again, it did appear that the rotation was tightening up there, getting stronger. So again, if you are in Jackson County here, Limrock to Larkinsville, this is Alabama 35. Basically, if you live anywhere along Alabama 35, I need you to be in your shelter. This will be crossing over the intersection of Alabama 35 and Alabama 79. Scottsboro, this is headed your way, so I want you to go ahead and think about where you're going to go to shelter if you are in Scottsboro. Let me track this out and give you an update on the time of arrival. Scottsboro to be around 10:32, so about 10-15 minutes or so into Scottsboro. So I want you to go ahead and head to your shelter if you are in Scottsboro. Again, tornado threat looks like it may be ramping up with this storm near Larkinsville, tracking its way generally off to the east towards Scottsboro. So again, Scottsboro, about 15 minutes or so from now, this will likely be coming through town. I do want you to go ahead and seek shelter, again, for the possibility of a tornado. This is the same storm that appears to produce the tornado just east of downtown Huntsville and did some damage in the 5 Points area. Let's get you back in here into western Madison County. Again, tornado warning continues on this storm as well. Circulation showing up near Old Monrovia, just a little north of 72, up towards Capshaw Road. So this is tracking maybe just slightly north of where the previous storm came on through. Again, let me see if we got new information here. Weather Service indicating, yes, west of Scottsboro. Again, increased risk for a tornado with that storm. Again, the circulation in Madison, near and just a little north of Highway 72, close to the Madison Hospital is where this is coming on through right now. And again, it'll be making its way towards Research Park Boulevard and University Drive. It is tracking in that direction as well. Let me see here. So the tornado warning does continue for Madison County. It has been canceled for Limestone County. So again, the storm has moved out of Limestone County. Here's the wider picture. This is the county line right here. So again, circulation is close to 72, maybe slightly north of there, but again, basically going the same path as the storm from earlier. No confirmation of a tornado out of this. Let me show you again a picture of our Decatur radar, which is going to be slightly closer. There's its depiction of this storm. Again, you've got the hook here on the back edge. That's an indication of the circulation there. And as we take a look at the velocity here, we're still seeing a little rotation. Again, nothing that is super intense, I would say, by my estimates. This is the debris tracker. I'm not seeing anything that indicates there's anything on the ground. So don't think we have an imminent tornado here, but again, along 72 north towards Old Monrovia, Capshaw Road area. Eventually, this is going to be going across Research Park Boulevard, just north of 72 and University. Need you to be in your shelter in these areas. Dan, we've got some new photos that have come on in.
We do have some reports of some damage and some video and photos to show you. These are intense storms, as Jeff's been telling you all night. Some producing tornadoes, many just severe thunderstorms, but still doing some damage, bringing down trees and power lines. I just checked. In fact, let me look at this again real quick here. The power outage map here for Huntsville Utilities has just lit up like a Christmas tree. It is now well over 7,000 customers without power, most of those clustered in and around the metro. Oh, there's the map right there for you. The metro Huntsville area, especially the north and east side of the city, and that's where the most intense storms and those that at least one tornado which forced us to evacuate to our shelter here from the top of Montesano when that passed over Montesano here in South Huntsville. Let's take a look at this video. I'm sorry, this is a view from Montesano, in fact, during that time. And you can see the lowering of the clouds there. Jeff was talking about some almost constant lightning that was happening. And this is what forced us. We heard the sirens going off across the street at fire station number 4, the tornado sirens, and you can hear the thunder there as well. But this storm sent us, as it traveled from 5 Points over toward Bankhead and then into the Hampton Cove area, sent us into the shelter here at our Way 31 studios. We also have other pictures to show you here from, where are we going next? It looks like, do we have that Kildare Street, the Lee High School damage as well, or the damage near Lee High School, I should say? Are we going in that direction? All right, this is from Kildare Street, is that correct? Oh, I apologize, this is Holmes Avenue. All right, you can see the trees down there. These are some established trees in very established neighborhoods too that took a pretty well direct hit from these winds, which could have been from a tornado. Yeah, you can see people heading out of the streets, just surveying some of that damage. Again, folks, if you can send these pictures to us safely, please, we appreciate that. As Jeff's been telling you, it helps us tell the story, but you got to be aware of down power lines and other debris in the road that you might not spot right away. This is the damage near Lee High School at Kildare Street. And again, this is pretty typical of what we're seeing around town with these strong winds bringing down trees and, of course, some power lines with them. And this we showed you just a few minutes ago. This is Brigadoon, Limestone County. That, again, is some damage to a home there, it looks like, in the Brigadoon area of Limestone County. That's where we had a pretty good picture, a really nice shot of a backlit funnel cloud. There it is right there, in fact. This is a viewer photo from the Elkmont area of that twister that touched down in that area. So again, at this point, it looks like pretty widespread, but I would say, Jeff, maybe you can back me up on this, not extensive damage so far that we're seing? Maybe too early to tell. Am I jumping the gun on that? But
Yeah,
and no reports of any serious injuries at this point. we
Yeah,
can tell.
and that is some good news. That is some good news. But certainly some damage has occurred with these storms. Again, parts of Huntsville. We know parts of Limestone County. Out towards Elkmont. We know there's some damage out in that direction. Fairly confident we're going to find that there's damage in southern Lincoln County as that storm that we were tracking a little bit earlier looked the most significant and the most severe on radar out of any of these. Although, as this storm just passed downtown Huntsville that produced the damage in the 5 Points area, that storm quickly ramped up there at that point in time. And we do continue to keep an eye on the storm coming in across western Madison County right now. Again, those are the live pictures that we just showed you. I'm also keeping an eye on the storm that we have over here in Jackson County as well. Tornado warning continues with this. The Jackson County EMA indicated at least visual sighting of a tornado on the ground here. So again, if you are in the Scottsboro area, I do need you to go and seek shelter from, again, the possibility of a tornado with this particular thunderstorm. We are still seeing circulation showing up in the vicinity of Larkinsville, a little bit east of Limrock. And again, at least a brief time ago, the EMA in Jackson County indicating that there was a tornado on the ground back towards Limrock. Don't necessarily know that we still have that ongoing here, but still circulation showing up, getting ready to move into the Scottsboro area. So in Scottsboro, I need you to head to your tornado shelter, lowest level of the building that you are in, and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There you saw the latest update. There is the rotation showing up south of Larkinsville. Again, getting ready to track right in to the city of Scottsboro with this particular thunderstorm in Jackson County. Again, you can see the rotation showing up here, the rain being wrapped around the circulation on the back edge of it. We call this a hook echo, telltale sign on the radar that there is rotation happening in the storm, and that can often be a precursor to a tornado touching down. We do continue to watch the storm here moving through western parts of Madison County. Again, it has the same look, has that hook on the back side, so the rotation in general is showing up here in the vicinity now of Research Park Boulevard, just north of Highway 72 and University Drive. We are not seeing, with the latest update here, I think anything imminent in terms of tornado potential, but let's take a quick look here. This is taking a look at the debris tracker. We're monitoring this as well. Let's take a look at the wind velocity. There you see the circulation still showing up, again, going right over Research Park Boulevard right now. So again, possibility this could produce a tornado as it continues to track east. There's the latest scan update. Circulation now moving a little bit closer to Highway 53, Ardmore Highway, going back into northwest Madison County. Again, Research Park Boulevard, basically where those two roads come together. This is where this is tracking right now. So it appears this storm in the rotation is going to go a little bit north of where the previous storm went through. So if you're over here now north of downtown, up the Parkway, up towards Alabama A&M University, for instance, in Normal, this is where the circulation with this storm is going to be tracking. So I do want you to get to your tornado safe place, which is going to be the lowest level of the building that you're in, and putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We are going to continue to monitor here for any signs and any reports of anything that may be on the ground here. Again, just a confirmed report in Jackson County, west of Scottsboro, of something on the ground. Although that has weakened just a little bit. There is our storm in Huntsville that we are continuing to watch. Moving in across areas that'll be just a little northwest and a little north of the downtown area. But again, this is a rotating storm. If you're in Meridianville, circulation is going to stay south of you. So again, we're talking about in the vicinity of Alabama A&M University up the Parkway. That appears where this area of rotation is going to track. Eventually, it may make its way across Chapman Mountain over along 72, Shields Boulevard there on the east side of Chapman Mountain. So if you live in that part of Huntsville off Winchester Road, for instance, I want you to go ahead and be seeking shelter because that's where this storm is going to track, just slightly north north of where the previous one did. And basically where the tornado warning is drawn out here, I think it's going to be closer to the northern edge of where this warning is where the circulation with this storm is going to track. So even though, yes, parts of the Arsenal, parts of South Parkway are included in this tornado warning, I really think this circulation is going to pass just a little bit more north of the downtown area and then work its way perhaps over Chapman Mountain on into parts of northeastern Huntsville. Again, these are the two main storms. Let me kind of reset the view and show you what we're going on. And and I'll be honest with you, I did not expect that we were going to be on all evening due to this sort of weather setup. But that just shows you how quickly weather conditions can change and how volatile the atmosphere can get. And we certainly had some ingredients in play that could allow that to happen. Two main storms that are in play right now with tornado potential. Again, the one is moving through now parts of Huntsville. I will say, though, the tornado potential in this storm is not quite as organized as the previous one was, but there's still the possibility this could spin something up and do some damage as it moves through. More significant storm continues here in Jackson County, although with this one it has weakened somewhat. This is the same storm that did move through parts of Huntsville and did produce some damage, 5 points area, and we'll wait and see if there are more damage reports that come in from maybe here on top of the mountain or down the other side of it, which is where that particular storm tracks. So these are the two main things that we're watching right now. Other storms in other parts of the area, southern Middle Tennessee, these are not really getting particularly organized. And as you head west of Athens, there's really nothing going on in the shoals at the moment. So there are two main storms that we are tracking right now, and that's as good as it's been for a little while, because there were times this evening where I think we had 5 or 6 tornado warnings simultaneous going on here across North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee. Let's zoom in a little closer here. Again, this is a storm, still has a tornado warning associated with it, moving across parts of northwest Huntsville. Again, circulation is near or now a little east of Highway 53, Jordan Road area, moving along Maston Lake Road. Again, this would be tracking very close to Alabama A&M University here, up the Parkway, and then perhaps eventually over Chapman Mountain into northeast Huntsville, Winchester Road area, Shields Road area, again along Highway 72 there on the other side of Chapman Mountain. Circulation is showing up here pretty close to where Research Park Boulevard meets up with Jordan Lane, Highway 53, there on the northwest side of town. Let's go in and take a look at the latest wind velocity. We are still seeing the circulation showing up here, but it's fairly broad. I would say it's not super well organized, but it is showing up here, again, close to Research Park and Highway 53, tracking its way off to the east. There may also be some gusty wind associated with this storm as it comes on through that could produce some more power outages, maybe bring down some trees and some power lines as it moves across. A lowering just west of the Weather Service office, actually, there along University and Enterprise Way. So again, some lowering of the clouds. If you remember from our tower cam here at the station, the sirens are going off again here on top of the mountain. Again, a report of a lowering moving through that area north of 72, close to UAH, University Drive, a little east of Research Park Boulevard. Again, the sirens going off again, perhaps the rotation tightening up here just a little bit. Certainly the winds are strengthening. And this is around Shady Lane. This is Highway 53, Jordan Lane, and moving its way towards the Parkway. So this is where our circulation is showing up right now. Again, we're hearing the sirens here on top of the mountain. It's not quite here. This is the parkway, and where we get 565 going off of there over Chapman Mountain. So that is in the general vicinity where the circulation is. Normal is where, of course, Alabama A&M University is located there on the hill. So it is going to be traveling in this direction and in this part of North Huntsville, just north of 565, where it goes through downtown. Again, Maston Lake Road, we talked about that. Shady Lane, a little east of Rideout Village. This is your circulation showing up with the storm. Again, you need to be in your shelter in these areas. Downtown Huntsville is right here. Here's Memorial Parkway, again going up towards Alabama A&M University. So these are the parts of town that you need to be seeking shelter from. Basically around Sparkman Drive up to Alabama A&M University. That's where I want you to be headed to your shelter at this time. Of course, Sparkman in the Parkway, you've got the Walmart there, and then headed up the Parkway towards Alabama A&M. This is where you need to be seeking shelter. Beyond that, this will go over the mountain there, and then perhaps impact areas if you live along Winchester Road, Shields, Highway 72 over Chapman Mountain. This is where this storm is going to be going next. Let me focus in a little closer here, and I'll show you where the tightest rotation is. Again, it's right along Maston Lake, moving its way off to the east towards the Parkway. Again, sirens are going off again here outside of the station. This storm, though, is probably going to pass a little north of Montesano. There you see the latest scan update. Winds are getting a little bit stronger here, so that could indicate a tightening up of the rotation in this area of Maston Lake headed towards the Parkway. So I need you to be in your shelter in the spots, lowest level of the building that you're in, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's take a look here. Not seeing indications of something on the ground on our debris tracker. That is good news. But we are still seeing the circulation showing up with this storm. Again, getting ready to get very close to Alabama A&M University, and then it'll be headed over the mountain over towards the Winchester Road area. I'll go ahead and track this out. There you see actually the updated tornado warning as well. So this is the new tornado warning area. So again, it never made it quite south towards 565 there. But this is the new tornado warned area. And again, pretty much it'll be north of downtown Huntsville. So we're talking up towards Alabama A&M, just slightly south of Meridianville, and then tracking east to that part of Madison County. So this one, again, going close to Chapman Mountain. In fact, probably just slightly closer than the last storm did. Again, now headed towards the Winchester Road area. So on that side of Huntsville, the northeast end of town, need you to be seeking shelter for, again, the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. Let me do a track on this, and we'll show you precisely where this is going to be headed. Again, just a little north of downtown. This is the time of arrival. Alabama A&M, again, about bearing down on the campus there. Blue Spring Garden coming up here in the next few minutes. And it will continue to work its way towards the Maysville area, coming up towards the top of the hour, almost 11 o'clock, moving into Maysville. So in these areas of North Huntsville, Northeast Huntsville, Winchester Road area in particular, over towards Maysville, I want you to go ahead and seek shelter for, again, possibility that the storm could produce a tornado. We don't have any confirmation of that right now, but there's still rotation on radar. It has been strengthening just a little bit here in the last few minutes, so that does remain a possibility. Let's zoom in a little closer here. And now with the latest scan, maybe the rotation broadening out just a little bit, but still fairly concentrated, about ready to move across the Parkway, just north of downtown, and again, very close to Alabama A&M University. So tornado warning does continue for that portion of Madison County. I want to take you over here into Jackson County as well. We're continuing to monitor this storm near Scottsboro. This one is not quite as organized as it was. It still does have some circulation, though, still has the hook on the back side of it, so there's your broad rotation showing up. Scottsboro, we can give you the all clear. The rotation has moved east of town. But if you live here south of 72, south of Hollywood, east of Scottsboro, need you to be seeking shelter. This is going to be passing, it looks like, just north of Alabama 40 there in Jackson County. That's where the rotation is going to be tracking next here through Jackson County, east now of Scottsboro. So Scottsboro, the most dangerous part of the storm, has passed you, so we can give you a heads up on that. However, you folks in Jackson County are going to have to watch the storm back here moving through the north side of Huntsville. Again, some potential that this could produce a tornado. I don't think there is something imminent at this point in time. We're still seeing the rotation showing up again in the vicinity at Alabama A&M University, but it is fairly spread out. It's not concentrated in a small area, so that's a positive sign. And taking a look at the debris tracker where we have the rotation, I'm not seeing anything that jumps out showing a concentrated area where we potentially would have something on the ground. We're just not seeing that. We do have our reporters live in the field. Rob Sneed, Maddie McCaffrey out there. Who are we going to go to first? Let me know. Let's go to Rob. Rob Sneed. Rob, tell me where you're located, what you are seeing damage-wise.
Jeff, I'm live here in Athens, here off of Brigadoon Drive in this Brigadoon neighborhood where a bunch, it's just a mess out here. The Limestone County Sheriff's Office, they have this area blocked off. We cannot go into this neighborhood because they told us that the damage is significant. Several homes are down power lines, and you can see just right over here, just to kind of get an indication of where we are standing. This used to be a wall. But what we're seeing right now are bricks everywhere, piles of bricks. We have bushes on its side, and then just beyond, I know it's dark, you're not going to be able to see it, but there actually used to be another wall up there where security was, where the fences, where the gates were to this community. They're completely gone. And I just heard from our producer right now that we actually have some video from folks who actually live in the area that we're not allowed to go in right now because of safety. Let's go ahead and toss right to that video. Okay, I cannot see the video, but this is what some of the damage is looking like right now. This is what we cannot see because we cannot go back there. Again, several homes damaged, significant damage to several homes, as well as down power lines. So it is a dangerous situation. As of right now, this is all still blocked off from the public. They're only letting folks come in and come out who actually live up here for the safety of folks out here. Of course, we're going to stand out here and we're going to bring you the latest on weather conditions here in the Athens area. But for now, I'm reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Rob Sneed, Way 31 News.
All right, do we have Maddie as well live? I hear Maddie. Maddie.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Give us an update on where you are and what you are seeing.
Yeah, right now we're getting a tornado alert on our phones. Let me try to turn it off for y'all. So we are here in northwest Madison County. We're making our way back to Huntsville. I'm going to switch the camera around for y'all. There's actually more cars out on the roads driving right now, but we have not really seen a whole lot of damage yet. The rain has kind of significantly stopped, but it kind of keeps picking up and stopping at some point. There's more people out on the roads. We were just passing kind of a shopping center, and no damage out here yet that we've seen. When we were coming out of Tennessee, we definitely saw some smaller trees down on different parts of the roads, and just a bit of like debris and sticks, that kind of thing. No major damage that we've seen out here, but we are going to be making our way back into Huntsville, the downtown area where we've heard it's gotten pretty bad right now. I'll send things back over to you guys in the studio.
All righty, thank you very much, Maddie. Please be safe out there. Again, we've been tracking multiple storms. Some of those have produced tornadoes, have produced damage. That I'm fairly confident, including just east of downtown Huntsville. I want to go back here and just take a look at the rotation tracker, and we'll show you the storm that produced some damage in the 5 Points area. That was a storm that originated northern Lawrence County, continued to rotate as it moved through Limestone County, and eventually made its way into Huntsville. And it was just east of downtown here on our rotation tracker where you see the brighter colors, even some red showing up. I believe that's where we had something touch down, again, near the 5 Points area, perhaps going up Montesano and even down the mountain on the Hampton Cove side, perhaps producing some damage up in that direction as well. And then a second storm, you're going to see this begin to pop up. Here's the second storm, traveling again just slightly north of where the other one did, but this was the rotation that was being tracked from near Athens, basically near and north of Highway 72. That now appears to be going over Chapman Mountain. That's where we are seeing the circulation right now. So let's get you the latest here on this storm. You can see it impacting mostly North Huntsville now, northeast Huntsville, again over Chapman Mountain, Winchester Road area, lots of lightning, lots of heavy rainfall, perhaps some hail out of this as well. We've gotten a few reports of hail. That's been the least of our concerns, to be quite honest, this evening, but there has been some hail reported with these storms as well. And here's where the circulation is still showing up with this particular thunderstorm. And again, going right over Chapman Mountain. Reds are blowing away from the radar, greens are toward. So kind of right over Chapman Mountain along 565, 72, where it transitions from the interstate back to the U.S. highway there. So again, this is going down the other side of Chapman Mountain, Shields Road area, 72, Winchester Road. This is the general area that this is moving through. No reports of anything that has touched down with this particular storm. The rotation is there, obviously. What we are not seeing, though, is any indications of debris like we saw with some of the earlier storms. So that's some good news. But still, over here, 72 area, Winchester Road, Ryland Pike, I want you to be in your shelter. Over towards Maysville as well, just to be on the safe side in case this storm does decide to produce a tornado as it continues that track down Chapman Mountain and on off towards Jackson County. Let me reset the view here. We've got two main storms that we are tracking right now, two tornado-warned storms. The one moving through eastern now, Madison County. Probably we'll see the warning extended into Jackson County. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that's a possibility. So once again, western parts of Jackson County under the threat perhaps of another tornado. And we have our other tornado-warned storm here, which has now moved east of Scottsboro and continuing its track off to the east. Now, both of these storms, yes, there's rotation. There's not any imminent signs of tornadoes that we've seen here lately, but the storms, they're rotating. And when you get a rotating thunderstorm, that's what you have to be concerned about, is that a tornado could be produced. If it's already rotating, it only takes just a little bit more ingredients in play, interactions with the environment to perhaps spin up a tornado. And of course, the degree to which that happens all depends on the environmental conditions. But the storm is still rotating. It has passed east of Scottsboro, so at least for the moment, Scottsboro will give you the all clear. But we're watching the storm to the west that will be coming on in. Rotation is approaching Pisgah right now with this storm. So if you're in Pisgah, if you haven't headed to your shelter, I need you to do that again. If you're over here towards Henniger, eventually this is where this storm is going to be tracking. So anywhere from Pisgah to Henniger to Eider, this storm is headed in your direction. You are in the tornado-warned area. You need to be seeking shelter if you've not done that already, or at least be thinking about where you are going to go once this storm gets a little bit closer. Let me track it out for you. We'll show you where the most dangerous part of this storm in general is going to be headed. Again, it is now east of Scottsboro, working its way across Jackson and eventually into parts of DeKalb County. Pisgah, it'll be there in about the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Henniger Junior High School by 11:05, 11:08 in Henniger proper, and into Eider approximately 11:16 or so. So about 25 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes out from Eider. But again, Pisgah and Henniger, this storm will be moving through your area first. So please be seeking shelter for, again, the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. Here's the latest on the circulation and where it is showing up. Again, it's east of Scottsboro now, but we are seeing that circulation in the vicinity of Morris Mill, and again, just now a little west of Pisgah. So in these areas, you need to be in your shelter. Highway 71, Alabama Highway 40, that area of Jackson County. getting ready to head, of course, into parts of DeKalb County. Eventually, you need to be seeking shelter for, again, the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. We're not getting any indications of that. We're not getting reports of that. The debris tracker not showing any debris being lofted into the air. But again, the storm is still rotating, and this is the storm that has a history, pretty sure produced a tornado east side of downtown Huntsville and perhaps beyond there as well. So this storm has a history at least of producing damage, most likely from a tornado, but damage of some sort. And our storm back to the west, we're keeping an eye on it as well. So these are the two main areas that we're watching for, again, the potential for more tornado activity. Let's get you in here in Madison County. This is eastern Madison County, Moontown area, Ryland. The orange line that you see here, that's Highway 72, running through eastern Madison County, getting ready to head into parts of Jackson County. Let me show you the latest here on the wind velocity. And we're still seeing some rotation in the vicinity of Ryland. It's fairly broad. It's not concentrated in one area. I wouldn't say it's necessarily strong rotation here at the lowest levels of the storm. So again, that's some good news. But from Ryland to Maysville, once you're in your shelter, Moontown, it's probably going to stay just a little to your north. But if you're close here to the Highway 72 side of Moontown, once you're in your shelter, if you're in Gurley, this storm looks like it's going to pass well to your north, so not a concern there in Gurley, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. But definitely from Ryland, Ryland Pike there as it comes off of Highway 72 over towards Maysville. I want you in your shelter for, again, possibility this could produce a tornado. Not seeing any imminent signs of that, but these storms, as you know, have had a history of producing damage across the area this afternoon. Let's see here. In the Scottsboro area, there are reports of some trees down and some debris in the Willow part of Scottsboro. I'm not familiar with that neighborhood perhaps there in Scottsboro. That coming from the Jackson County EMA. Also, you know, we've been focused on the tornado potential, also some flooding potential, some flash flooding reported on Old Railroad Bed Road near Orville Smith Road. So these storms have been producing a lot of rainfall, and in particular, the two storms that have come across East Limestone, western Madison County have pretty much followed each other and dumped a tremendous amount of rainfall as well as they have been coming on through. Some flash flooding reports near Harvest. Reports of, this was about 7 minutes ago, of some funnel clouds associated with the storm moving just northeast of downtown Huntsville. Jackson County EMA reports some trees down on County Road 17 and Highway 35 near Larkinsville. Flash flood warnings in parts of southern Middle Tennessee as well due to the storms in that direction. So we are getting a few reports that are coming on in across the area. Let's show you, I'll be waiting to see here, this is not going to be the end of the severe weather threat. We do have our tornado watch that remains in effect until the last update. It was 11 o'clock this evening, so this is our current tornado watch. There are likely going to be more watches coming on in. In fact, I'm trying to look here at the update on the tornado watch. Would not be surprised if either the watch is extended or a new watch is going to come out to account for additional storms that are going to be coming through overnight tonight. So our current tornado watch, again, set to expire at 11 unless that has changed that I'm not aware of. But again, this will not be the end of severe weather potential here in North Alabama this evening. Again, here is the bigger picture. And we got really just two big storms now that we're tracking right now. Both of them, there is some tornado potential with them, nothing that appears to be imminent, but a storm coming out of Madison County on into Jackson County, eastern Madison County, western Jackson County, tornado warned storm there, and another tornado warned storm, again, Scottsboro and off to the east. This was going to be tracking through eastern Jackson County, and you can see the parts there of DeKalb County, near and north of Henniger. Flash flood warnings, you saw those just pop up. So that's been an addition here. All the green boxes, those are where we could see flash flooding occur as a result of the storms that are coming on through, just because of the tremendous amount of rainfall that they have produced as they've been rolling through. Hail, again, some reports of that. This is our hail tracker, seeing some larger hail potential, maybe nickel quarter sized. And same story east of Scottsboro. So that's another threat out of these storms. But certainly the tornado potential and the tornado threat is what we are primarily focused on. We're going to head back out to Rob Sneed now. Rob, you've, I don't know who you talk, maybe a resident there that you're talking to right now about the damage there.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm live out here in Athens here talking with Matthew Weir. He's pulling back up here through the neighborhood. First of all, Matthew, do you live out here? Tell me, what are you seeing out here?
I live out here. Now, we live on the east side of the subdivision, and it's clear there. We didn't have any damage. We had the family under the house in a safe place. A lot of our neighbors weren't so fortunate. There's some nice size, nice homes out here that are going to need a lot of work on them. Lots of roofs off, lots of homes that are probably destroyed. Going to need months and months and months for these people to get back in their homes. So any prayer or assistance that you could give this community, we definitely need it. This is the third tornado since I've been here, 2019, but it's the worst by far.
I was going to say, you mentioned about the roofs. What else did you see? Did you see any debris? Did you see any down power lines?
There's down power lines. There's, pretty significant tornado. I know I saw it on video while I was under my house. My brother had sent me a video of it coming towards us, so I don't know. I don't know what the rating of it would have been, but it's a significant tornado with significant damage.
Tell me, what did you hear when you were going for cover?
We're not far. We're just on the east side of this community, and we were under the house, and it blew our basement doors open. It's a walk-in basement, not a standard basement. Yeah. So it blew those doors open. So the wind kicked up quite a bit, but then it got really calm.
And you said you stepped outside, you saw the damage. How many homes did you see damaged?
Oh, I'm going to say there's 10 or 15 that have major damage.
Major damage. And your home?
Perfectly fine, thank the Lord.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Weir. Thank you very much. Jeff, we're going to toss it back to you.
All righty, thank you very much, Rob. I hate to hear about the damage there. Unfortunately, though, we're not hearing any reports of any injuries as of yet, and I hope that continues to be the case. Got an update on the tornado watch. It has now been extended until 3 o'clock in the morning. It has been dropped for some areas. For you folks out here in the Shoals, northwest Alabama, tornado watch allowed to expire here at 11 o'clock, but it now has been extended for parts of Limestone, Madison, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County, as well as areas of southern Middle Tennessee. Now goes until 3 o'clock in the morning, so we'll have to wait and see if additional storms develop where we have them now. I think that's going to be the concern. Also, flash flooding is becoming an increasing concern in the areas that have been hit multiple times by storms coming on through. So that's becoming an issue as well. So I do want to stress the importance of, if you encounter flooded roadways, that you find an alternate route to where you're going. That is another concern that's developing here as a result of these storms that have been tracking on through. Do want to just take a look at the bigger picture, and by bigger, I mean way bigger, as we monitor other areas of storms, as this is not going to be the only thing that we are going to deal with overnight tonight. Now, here's what we have going on right now. We're kind of on the back edge of these severe thunderstorms and tornadic thunderstorms. Earlier, they were in Middle Tennessee. If you were watching me 4, 5, and 6, we were talking about all the rough stuff was just to the north, but that the possibility that some of that could build into parts of the area as the evening wore on. Unfortunately, that is what has happened. That wave, though, you can see perhaps we're on the back edge of it. The stronger storms kind of in Fayetteville and again Huntsville off to the east. Then there is a little break. Let me show you the wider view here, though, of what we are watching. You take the area back towards Memphis, radar is pretty clear, but then we head back into the Arklatex, parts of Arkansas, into southeast Missouri, and into parts of western Kentucky. Additional showers and storms are forming here. This is the overnight part or the overnight aspect of this weather maker that we were anticipating coming through as well, and at least initially thought that this was going to be the primary threat as opposed to what we had coming through this evening. So what we're going to have to monitor as well, this line of storms that is forming here across Arkansas back into northeast Texas, is going to be continuing to develop, get stronger, and pretty much surge in our direction through the late night hours. So even though some of the storms that we have ongoing right now east of Huntsville into northeast Alabama may lift out of here in the next hour or so, and where there could be a little bit of a break, additional showers and thunderstorms are going to be coming in a little bit later on tonight, probably in the 2 to 3 a.m. time frame, reaching the shoals and then working their way quickly through the remainder of the area through the late night hours. And there is going to be the threat for additional severe weather. Although I will say the storms that we've had ongoing this evening have perhaps used up a lot of energy in the atmosphere that would have been otherwise available for this second round to come on in. So I'm hoping that means a reduced risk of severe weather when the secondary ban arrives a little bit later on tonight and on into the very early morning hours tomorrow. But nonetheless, we'll be here watching it all. Meteorologist Grace Anello, meteorologist Amber Kulik are going to be in a little after midnight tonight. They'll be tracking those storms and monitoring those as they come through. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor what we've got going on right now until we hopefully get a break here, maybe a little closer to the midnight hour with the severe weather potential. All right, here's our storm continue to come in out of Madison County into Jackson County. We do have an update on that from the Weather Service. Tornado warning has been basically extended now. It does include Jackson County as expected. And that storm is going to continue to work its way on off to the east. Let's zoom in a little closer here, get you the latest details on this. This storm will be clearing Madison County shortly, but we are still looking at circulation showing up a little north of Gurley with this thunderstorm tracking on through. Let's take a look at where the rotation is showing up. And again, it is showing up here close to 72. There you saw the latest scan update. Rotation is, again, fairly broad, not super concentrated over a small area, but it is still there. Not seeing any indications of anything on the ground, but let me double check here. Now, there is a report that there was a tornado on the ground in Gurley. So let's take a closer look here. I think we have some wind. Not really seeing strong rotation near Gurley, a little bit. But actually the more significant rotation's a little bit to the north. But again, this is a report. Don't know where. Report of a tornado on the ground in Gurley. The radar doesn't quite support that. But also the storm heading near Henniger is ramping up as well. So let's take a look. Again, these are the two that we got going on. We got two storms that we still got to get through. Again, the report of a tornado in Gurley, that's here close to where the circulation is showing up. Or perhaps, I do think we have some strong wind here. This trailing area is often an indication of strong wind. But again, a report in Gurley. Let's take a look here at the debris tracker. And I just don't see anything really corresponding to that. But nonetheless, they're close to Gurley and headed now east. Tornado warning does include you folks in Scottsboro, or just west of Scottsboro. I take that back, just west of Scottsboro. So new tornado warning has been issued that does include western parts of Jackson County, south of Princeton. It does include areas west of Scottsboro. So basically near and north of Woodville, near and north of the Paint Rock area. I want you to be in your shelter there. And then more pronounced, what appears this near Henniger. So if you're in Henniger, we are maybe now seeing possibility of a tornado on the ground near Henniger. So Henniger, I need you to be in your shelter. As we update, yes, that's increased significantly. So it appears we have a tornado on the ground now. Jackson County getting ready to head into DeKalb County. If you're in Henniger, I need you in your shelter. I need you in your shelter right now. This has rapidly increased. You can see just going back a few minutes, just a few minutes ago, the rotation was not particularly strong, but it has increased markedly just in the last few minutes. Yes, that is likely a tornado on the ground. Again, around Highway Alabama 40 heading into Henniger. So Henniger, I believe we have a tornado on the ground here. You can see the debris tracker showing that. Coincident with the rotation, that's likely a tornado on the ground getting ready to head into Henniger. If you've not gone to your safe place in Henniger, lowest level of the building that you're in, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, I need you to be headed in that direction. It appears we do have a tornado now on the ground in Henniger. This is getting ready to cross out of Jackson County into DeKalb County into the Henniger area. So Henniger, I need you in your shelter immediately. It appears we have a tornado imminent coming in across town from the west. Let me track this for you. Henniger, it is bearing down on you in the next couple of minutes. Biddle Crossroads 11:16, Rogers by 11:26, Battelle by 11:30. So again, tornado, it looks like it is on the ground, confirmed here by debris tracker, on the ground west of Henniger. So I need you in your shelter immediately if you are not already in that direction. And yes, this storm has ramped up significantly just within the last 10 minutes. Again, tornado appears to be on the ground getting ready to head into Henniger. You got to be in your shelter there, lowest level of the building that you are in, and as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It appears a tornado now is imminent, heading into the town of Henniger in DeKalb County. There you saw the latest scan update. Let's take a look here at the debris tracker. Still indications of that. That is debris being lofted close to Elliott Crossroads, and again getting ready to track through Henniger, particularly Henniger and points southward. You need to be in your shelter. This tornado is right near the intersection of Alabama 40 and Alabama 75. Again, moving into DeKalb County out of Jackson County near Henniger. From there, if you're in Townsend Crossroads, need you to be headed to your shelter. Basically, if you live anywhere near and north of Alabama Highway 40 here in DeKalb County, this storm is going to be tracking in that direction. I need you to head to your shelter. So from Henniger over here towards Townsend Crossroads, again, a tornado appears to be imminent, moving into that part of DeKalb County. So you need to be in your shelter immediately if you are not already in that direction. Again, this storm has increased in organization markedly in a very, very short period of time. We're continuing to monitor the storm as well here in Jackson County to the west of Scottsboro. Again, there was a report of a tornado that went through Gurley, so waiting to get a little bit more information on that. I think at the very least there's some strong wind that is coming through here. We're not seeing the rotation that we're seeing around Henniger, but there is still some broad rotation in the vicinity of Garth, which again is where we had a previous storm pass on through. Not seeing any indications of debris in this storm as it stands right now, but you still need to be seeking shelter. Garth towards Scottsboro won't rule out the possibility that something could develop tornado-wise here. We're not seeing a strong rotation signature, but there is some showing up in the vicinity of Garth. So I need you in your shelter here. Let's get you back into DeKalb County. Again, this is now our most significant storm and significant tornado threat. Again, moving into Henniger. This is strong area rotation showing up. And again, we've been picking up signs of debris. So Henniger, you need to be in your shelter right now if you are not already there. Again, here's our debris tracker. That's a tornado on the ground near Elliott Crossroads moving over right now. So Henniger and points to the south along Alabama 40. I need you in your shelter in this part of DeKalb County. This is going to be tracking east towards Townsend Crossroads and areas to the south of there. So this northern tip of DeKalb County, again, tornado on the ground right over Elliott Crossroads near Henniger and moving its way off to the east. It'll be running pretty well right along Alabama Highway 40. Again, tornado on the ground with this particular thunderstorm. So this is an immediate threat there in that part of DeKalb County. Weather Service has issued now a tornado emergency for this area. Large and dangerous tornado tracking to near the Hammondville Valley Head area off of 59. Again, moving through DeKalb County. So this is a tornado emergency for Henniger, for Hammondville, and for Mentone. So you need to take cover right now in these areas. Again, this is a tornado on the ground, close to Henniger, Brooks Crossroads area. Again, moving its way off to the east. This is eventually going to head across 59. There's Valley Head, and of course going up the mountain you get to Mentone. So this is headed in that direction. Right now this is showing up around Henniger, where we are getting a tornado debris signature indicating a tornado on the ground in this part of DeKalb County. There you see the rotation. It is strong rotation showing up here. The green blowing away, the pink and the red blowing toward the radar. You can see the counterclockwise circulation, coincidence with a debris signature on radar. So again, tornado on the ground. Again, Henniger, if you are along Highway 40, you need to be headed to your shelter if you are not already headed in that direction with this particular thunderstorm that is coming on through. Just looking at some different information here on this storm. But again, this is a dangerous situation. Tornado is on the ground right now in the vicinity of Henniger, and it is going to be working its way off to the east, again, right along Highway 40. May stay just a little north of Valley Head, but it's going to be a close call. So if you're in Valley Head, and again, if you're towards Mentone, we'll drag this out a little bit longer in time now. Hammondville coming in around 11:25. Mentone around 11:29, approximately the same time it'll be coming into the Valley Head area. But again, right now, if it does continue on more of an easterly track, it'll stay just north of Valley Head. But if you're in Valley Head, I do want you to go ahead and seek shelter. Again, this is going to be arriving in this northern portion of DeKalb County from near Henniger to Mentone over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Again, Alabama Highway 40 in particular, this is where this dangerous tornado is going to be tracking. Again, this is a confirmed tornado, confirmed by radar with a debris signature that continues to show up here in the vicinity of Henniger. This is the latest update here. This is likely a tornado on the ground at this point. Hopefully this will lift, but I do want you in your shelter, again, along Alabama Highway 40 for, again, the possibility that a tornado will continue to be on the ground in this area for the immediate future. Another report, Jackson County EMA indicating unclaimed baggage in Scottsboro. It suffered some moderate damage. Also a gas leak reported in Scottsboro on the 400 block of East Willow Street. So some damage there out of Scottsboro as a result of this storm that came through there a short period of time ago. Again, our most immediate concern, a tornado that appears to have touched down here northern DeKalb County, close to Henniger. The debris signature is looking a little less defined, so I hope that means this tornado is lifting. But there is still strong rotation showing up in association with this near Henniger. So I need you in your shelter here in DeKalb County along Highway 40, headed towards Hammondville, headed towards Mentone, and tracking probably just slightly north of Valley Head. This is eventually going to be finding its way towards the intersection of 117 and 40 there in DeKalb County, and then getting ready to cross Interstate 59 there. Again, strong rotation continued to show up here, and it appears that a tornado has touched down with this thunderstorm as it moved through the Henniger area. Maybe not still on the ground. We're kind of losing the definition here on the debris tracker compared to what it was. This is what it was. Just west of Elliott Crossroads. That's definitely something on the ground at that point in time. And as we bring it up to the current time, we're kind of losing that definition, although still a little bit showing up here. So we may still have something on the ground, perhaps a little weaker and a little smaller at this point in time. But again, it appears a tornado has touched down close to Henniger and DeKalb County. If you're along Highway 40, headed towards I-59, northern DeKalb County, needs you in your shelter if you are not already headed in that direction. This storm could continue to produce a tornado or if the tornado has lifted, it could produce another one in fairly short amount of time. Our storm here, excuse me, western Jackson County, we're continuing to watch it. There is still some rotation with it. I'll say the rotation is not well organized, but showing up between Garth and Limrock. There is still some circulation here, so we're continuing to monitor this. And keep in mind, the storm that moved through Henniger, that ramped up very quickly, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one as well. Still circulation showing up here if you are a little bit west of Larkinsville and Limrock, and eventually this may find its way moving through the Scottsboro area as well. So tornado is possible with this storm. Our storm in DeKalb County, a tornado has been imminent and likely has touched down and done some damage there. Latest update continued to show that strong rotation now a little east of Henniger. So Henniger, the most dangerous part of the storm, has passed east, but now it is going to be passing between Townsend Crossroads and Council Bluff. So in these areas of DeKalb County, if you're in the vicinity of Highway 40, Highway 117, and Interstate 59, need you in your shelter. That includes Hammondville. That includes Mentone. I need you to be in your shelter in that part of DeKalb County. Again, this storm has produced a likely tornado, and even though we're losing the definition on the debris tracker just a hair, we could see another tornado develop and touch down if this one has lifted. And again, it's still possible that we have something on the ground here with this particular thunderstorm. Again, this is the only thing that we have of concern out there. So we got two more storms. Both are located in northeast Alabama, one in western Jackson County. Tornado possible, but maybe not necessarily imminent at the moment. Northern DeKalb County, though, north of Fort Payne, again approaching Hammondville and eventually approaching Mentone. Confirmed tornado by radar with the debris signature. Both of these are tracking their way on off to the east. Huntsville back to the west now, quiet. Southern Middle Tennessee, we've got some shower and thunder shower activity, but nothing up in this direction at the moment. That is severe. Again, everything that we have of greatest concern is across Jackson and DeKalb County. Again, a tornado appears to have touched down close to Henniger. This storm is still very well organized, strongly rotating, and if there's not still a tornado on the ground, it could produce another one as it tracks its way towards Hammondville as well as Mentone. Let's get you an updated time frame on this, the most dangerous part of the storm. And again, this is the time of arrival into the Townsend Crossroads area within the next 3 to 5 minutes. Hammondville coming in around 11:25. Valley Head, probably the dangerous part of the storm, may stay just north, but I'd go ahead and seek shelter to be on the safe side. 11:27 there. Into Battelle around 11:32. And again, this could find its way towards the Mentone area as well within the same time frame here of the next 15 to 20 minutes before this storm will be headed across the state line and on into Georgia. But again, tornado warning does continue with this storm with, again, a likely tornado that has touched down close to Henniger and may still be on the ground at this point in time. So I need you in your shelter in this northern part of DeKalb County. Again, parts of Jackson County, west of Scottsboro, we do continue with the tornado warning for that storm as well, although I think less likely that a tornado is imminent there. Reports here from DeKalb County EMA, power flashes visible from a tower cam on Lookout Mountain near Henniger. So power flashes happen when you have strong wind or a tornado move through, and that either blows out transformers or causes power lines to hit together and causes those flashes. That's also an indication that, again, a tornado has touched down. Again, extremely dangerous situation in DeKalb County. Again, the most dangerous part of the storm has passed Henniger, but Hammondville to Mentone, got to be in your shelter. If you are not there, get there immediately. Major damage is being reported on Alabama 75 at Lacey Road in the Henniger area. So again, a report of major damage in that part of DeKalb County around Henniger. That is our most dangerous storm at this time, and again, continuing to work its way towards the I-59 corridor. You can see the rotation showing up here in the radar view. Again, the storm, the most dangerous part is past Henniger, but has done damage here along Alabama 75. That's this road that runs right through the middle of town. Again, major damage reported there from a tornado that appears that was on the ground. In fact, confirmed that by radar. Again, this storm now is tracking towards the Hammond Hammondville, Mentone area, going to be going across I-59 in the northern part of DeKalb County in the next few minutes. Let's zoom in a little closer here. And there's your very strong circulation. Again, this remains right in the vicinity of Alabama Highway 40, so it has been tracking right along there. Getting ready to cross where that intersects with Alabama 117 here in DeKalb County, and will be working its way across I-59 and heading into the basically towards the state line, working its way again through Hammondville and through Mentone. So you need to be in your shelter there. Again, very strong rotation continuing to show up here. We have had indications of a tornado on the ground from the debris tracker. Still perhaps seeing that again in the vicinity of where Highway 40 and 117 come together. So there's a possibility that this is still on the ground at this time, as there is still somewhat of a signature of debris being lofted in the air by this possible tornado based in the same area where we are seeing the strong rotation. So still the possibility something is on the ground. We are almost 100% positive something touched down near Henniger, did damage there. Already have reports of damage out of the Henniger area, again along Alabama 75 as this storm tracked on through. So again, this is our most immediate threat for, again, a tornado now in DeKalb County. You need to be in your shelter in these areas from Hammondville to Mentone down to Valley Head. If you are not already headed in that direction, get to the lowest level of the building that you are in and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Continue to monitor our tornado-warned storm here west of Scottsboro. This storm continues to be less organized, but still showing rotation close to Limrock, a little west of Larkinsville, but nothing that looks imminent in terms of a tornado threat out of this storm. But a tornado warning does continue, so you need to be in your shelter around Limrock. Here's the latest scan update coming in. Near Larkinsville, you need to be in your tornado shelter. Scottsboro, still not officially in the warning area, but if that warning is extended, Scottsboro, you will be included. Right now, that tornado warning does stop just to the west of Scottsboro, but this storm, if another warning is issued, it will include you folks in Scottsboro. So I just go ahead, at least until the most dangerous part of the storm has passed, even though you're not in a tornado warning, go ahead and seek shelter just in case this storm does the same thing that the one in DeKalb County did, which was quickly spin up and produce a tornado. Let's get you back into DeKalb County. Again, this is our imminent threat of a tornado. Damage reported around Henniger. This storm still strongly rotating. It is now moving, that rotation is moving right over Interstate 59, just north of Valley Head. Again, the Hammondville area towards Mentone. Need to be in your tornado shelter with this storm bearing down on areas near and east now of Interstate 55. There's the latest on the circulation. It appears to be a little weaker, but it is still there. You can pick out the rotation. The green is toward the radar, red is away. Counterclockwise rotation. This circulation is going right across Interstate 59, northern parts of DeKalb County, close to Hammondville, close to the Mentone area, likely passing, though, just a little north of you folks in Valley Head. We'll kind of expand out in the view here. You can see where Valley Head is located. Circulation is a little north of here, but again, just north of Valley Head, Hammondville to Mentone. Want you in this entire area to be in your tornado shelter. Again, this storm has produced damage and a likely tornado near Henniger. Even the report of damage was major damage. Don't have anything more specific than that, but again, the tornado warning is going to continue to be in effect there for DeKalb County. All right, we're going to continue to watch this in DeKalb County. We're going to head on over to Dan now at the desk. Okay, yeah.
No, that's great. Thanks, Jeff. I'll get back to you momentarily with the situation happening in DeKalb County, but we want to briefly mention these storms that produced some significant damage earlier in the evening, specifically in a couple of areas in and around Huntsville and also in Limestone County, the Brigadoon neighborhood. Weekend anchor Rob Sneed joins us now live there. And Rob, you have another interview with a resident there, is that right?
Where you at? Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm standing live out here in the Brigadoon Drive neighborhood where I'm standing here with Ed. And Ed, he lives out here. He was telling me that he had some damage to his home. And Ed, can you kind of tell us what kind of happened here in your neighborhood? What did you see?
Well, first we saw the lightning. It was coming. We got the warnings. The sirens went off. We went down to the basement into our shelter, and all of a sudden we heard boom, things hitting the house or something happened. So when we started to come back out, we saw trees down all over the place. And then when we walked out the driveway and went up into the neighborhood, there was houses we could see. The roof was gone. And that's what hit my roof and put holes into my roof. Tree damage went through my granddaughter's window, so we boarded that up. But our house is pretty much okay, except for all the tree damage and the dock damage. My dock got damaged pretty bad, so my boat's still there, but the cover's ripped right off of it.
And I was going to say, I saw you kind of walking out here with the flashlight. What were you looking at? What were you searching for?
Well, we were just looking to see whatever else, other neighbors, see what else was done. I mean, what happened. Some areas were unscathed. Some houses didn't get touched at all. And some houses, gone. Well, the gatehouse here is completely gone. There's a gatehouse that, and one of the gates is ripped off, or both the gates are off. So I'm surprised the pool house is still there. Yeah, because it must have come right through here. So a lot of damage.
Yeah, the sheriff's deputies out here were telling me that there were some down power lines as well, and a lot of debris kind of scattered everywhere.
Debris everywhere.
I was going to say, I mean, does that kind of concern you at all? I mean, that's a bit of a danger.
Well, when we first came out, we were looking for down lines. We had flashlights and we were looking, and we were very aware that there could be power lines down. So the power did go out for 4 or 5 seconds, then came back on. It did that 2 or 3 times, and then it finally came back on.
And authorities out here told me, too, that there were 3 homes that were completely leveled. Did you see those homes? What did it look like? What did you see?
Just debris everywhere. It reminded me of Oklahoma.
And Ed, just one last question for you. I know that you said you were kind of lucky enough that your home didn't suffer so much damage, but some of your other neighbors did. What message or words of encouragement would you have for your neighbors out here who are dealing with a lot tonight?
Keep looking up. The Lord's good. He's going to take care of you. And pretty much insurance companies are going to be out here in full force, I'm sure. And hey, what can I say? The Lord's good.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ed. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you very
Back
much.
to you, Jeff.
Alrighty.
All right, I'll take it. Thanks a lot, Rob. It's amazing sometimes the randomness of these storm damage that we see. Let's check in with Maddie McCaffrey. She's a little further to the east in Huntsville, and you're in a neighborhood there off Holmes Avenue. Maddie, I understand a 100-year-old pecan tree met its fate.
Yeah, Dan, incredible. A 100-year-old pecan tree. I'm here with the homeowner right now, Mr. Jim. He and his wife were inside. Walk us through exactly what happened just an hour or so ago when you guys heard all the damage come through.
Well, we grabbed a bunch of pillows and we went to the interior room, the hallway, and we hunkered down there. And the wind started and the rain, and then we heard something cracking. It sounded like hail falling, but it was actually cracking noise, and it sounded like a tree coming down. We had no idea where it was or which one, but it turns out it was the pecan tree behind us that belongs to the neighbor.
Wow, and they are just so thankful and very, very lucky that it did not fall this way on top of their house. It fell directly behind their house on a gate.
Yes.
Now, did you expect this to happen today?
No, I just had the city tree arborist out here today to look at this tree because it got struck by lightning the other day, last Friday, and he said that his opinion it should be taken out. That is very ironic because now it is taken out.
It has been taken out, yes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, so if we can take a look right here with our camera, you can see the roots. Everything is completely uprooted. Yeah, he's shining his flashlight right now on this. And it's, how many feet do you think it was tall?
Oh, it had to be probably 100 feet anyway, I would think, or close to it, because it's all the way over in the church's lot, up against their building.
Okay. Yeah, it's all the way over on the church's lot next door. Now, I mean, talk about where you guys go from there. Power outages.
Oh yeah, power's out. I don't know what caused it. I'm sure the tree didn't, but we're waiting for the power to come back on. I'm sure there's a tree against the power line somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, the way it seems.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for joining with us today. We're just happy that everyone's safe here right now. And
We're thanking the Lord for the way it fell, definitely.
100%.
Yes.
I'll send things back over to you guys in the studio. For now, I'm live in Huntsville with coverage you can count on. Maddie McCaffrey, Wait 31 News.
Wow, thanks, Maddie. A lot of this damage could become more evident, obviously, as the sun comes up tomorrow morning. But they're just some of the more than 10,000 customers right now, Jeff, without power because of down power lines.
That's right, and that is going to continue to be a concern through the overnight hours. Debris is going to be out there in places where we had strong wind and tornado activity. I want to get back to DeKalb County, looking at a rotation tracker. That rotation was most intense near Henniger, and again, reports of some major damage there. The rotation has weakened somewhat as the storm has progressed here just north of Valley Head. So we're hoping that that means this tornado has lifted. But let's get in here, get the latest view on this storm. Again, this is our immediate tornado threat that does continue in DeKalb County. You can see the hook echo showing up here north of Valley Head. That is due to the rotation. Again, this is in the extreme northeastern corner of DeKalb County. It is going to be moving out of DeKalb County probably within about the next 10 minutes. So 10 minutes or so, we'll be giving you the all clear from this storm. There's the latest scan update. And again, it appears the rotation has weakened with this storm, but it is still present. It is not as intense as it was. And we were starting to see signs of that with the debris signature beginning to become a little bit less defined, which is often an indication that the tornado is lifting off the ground. There is your rotation, though, still showing up between Battelle and Valley Head. Again, just a little north of Mentone as you go up the mountain there. And again, this will be tracking out of DeKalb County very shortly. Quick look, there's the latest scan update. This is the debris tracker, and again, not quite as definitive that we have something on the ground, but still wouldn't rule that out. I don't think that this storm is as intense of a tornado producer as it was when it was back around Henniger. We do have some new information here about some damage off of near Pisgah. Structure damage on County Road 422 and County Road 162 in the Pisgah area. That was with the storm that moved through there a little bit earlier. So that's some new information of some damage just outside of Pisgah. Again, our storm of greatest concern here, DeKalb County, it has lost a little intensity, so that is some good news. And even better news is it is about to be out of DeKalb County and out of our coverage area, but still will likely pose a threat perhaps for producing additional tornadoes as it moves into parts of Georgia. But it is going to be out of DeKalb County shortly, but not before causing, again, reports, and these are the words, major damage around Henniger and Alabama Highway 75. We do have an additional tornado warning storm here on the edge of the tornado warning west of Scottsboro. We'll have to wait and see if this is extended. Circulation is showing up around Larkinsville and continue to track east. So Scottsboro, this is bearing down on you. Don't know if the warning will be extended, but this is close enough. There's still rotation here. I want you in your shelter in Scottsboro until this passes by. It'll be gone and through Scottsboro probably in about 15 to 20 minutes. Again, tornado warning I know does not include the city of Scottsboro, but we may see a warning extended here with this storm. Certainly it is still rotating at times and potentially could produce a tornado. So again, close enough to Scottsboro now, even though the warning is set to expire as it moves out of that western part of Jackson County, still would say you need to go and seek shelter just to be on the safe side for this storm. Again, it is located very close to Larkinsville, the circulation just a little east of there now, and again, getting ready to bear down on Scottsboro. So this will be the second time in Scottsboro you've had to seek shelter from, again, the possibility of a tornado. I'd say this go around, the threat is a little bit lower with this storm than the previous one, but still want you to go ahead and seek shelter nonetheless with this particular storm. All right, let's kind of expand the view here. Again, we're waiting basically on these two storms to get out of here. The one in DeKalb County will be out of here shortly. One in Jackson County, we got to wait a little while longer for. You hit basically Huntsville now to the west, all clear here on Way 31 triple Doppler. There are some scattered showers and thunder showers here across portions of southern Middle Tennessee, but right now none of those are getting to severe limits. Again, the action and the activity that we are continuing to track is located here across Jackson as well as DeKalb County. There's your new tornado warning. So again, tornado warning now has been extended. It does include you folks in Scottsboro and points off to the east and a little bit to the south and to the east. Most dangerous part of this storm is going to be moving right through Scottsboro. Again, the rotation is still there, not super strong, but it is there. So this storm, again, we hope it doesn't do the same thing that the DeKalb County storm did, which was quickly ramp up. But again, that is a possibility with these storms as they continue to move on through. So new tornado warning now out for Jackson as well as parts of DeKalb County. This has been kind of the trend. We've had the most powerful storms take the same tracks. So unfortunately for those of you in the path, some of you have had to seek shelter multiple times, and this is going to be the case once again with this storm coming across Jackson and on into DeKalb County. Let's get you here. Again, our storm is just about ready to move out of DeKalb County. It did produce damage in Henniger, described as significant damage. It is about ready to cross the state line. There you see Mentone, Valley Head area. Most dangerous part of the storm has moved away from Hammondville. So again, this is about ready to cross on into Georgia. And then we've just got one storm left, at least here in our immediate future. That is going to be a concern, and that is the one now bearing down on Scottsboro. So I want you in your shelter in Scottsboro for, again, the possibility of a tornado with this thunderstorm coming on through. There's still rotation showing up with it. There is still the possibility that this could on through this portion of Jackson County.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. I was wondering what happened. Your mic cut out for a moment there, Jeff, so we're going to get back to you in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's update you on what's going on here. Again, we are watching a strong thunderstorm still moving through the Jackson and DeKalb County areas. These storms have a history of producing damaging tornadoes. We've had one move through Henniger that was obviously on the ground for quite some time, actually. Jeff has been pointing out the debris signature there in the area of Henniger, and now that storm is moving just out of DeKalb County. It looks like heading into western parts of northern Georgia right now. We are still watching one other significant storm as well, moving over the Scottsboro area right now. And as soon as Jeff gets his mic back up, we will be going back to him. It looks like right now, Jeff.
Yeah, we are. When you're on air for hours, the batteries, the batteries died in the mic, so we got that quickly taken care of. Again, our tornado warning storm now moving through Scottsboro. Again, the circulation is not particularly strong or robust with this storm right now, but it has been persistent. And that's why the tornado warning has been extended for Jackson as well as DeKalb County. Again, just kind of resetting the view here, we've got two storms left. One's about out of the area. This one's right on the state line. This, though, did produce damage near Henniger, so we're going to be getting more information on that, particularly as we get the light of day. You know, at night when these storms come through, a little difficult to get information. It's hard to see. Roads are blocked, that sort of thing. But again, the report, at least initially out of the Henniger area, was significant damage as a result. That storm, as it appeared on radar, again, ramped up extremely quickly. And I will say what it looked like on radar was the most significant of anything that I've seen this evening. So we are going to be getting information there out of DeKalb County about the extent of the damage there near Henniger. We already know that there is, and just based on the way the radar looked, it could be rather significant in that area. Again, that storm is now moving out of DeKalb County into northwest Georgia. We do continue, though, with an intense thunderstorm, severe weather here near Scottsboro, possibility of a tornado. Again, as we continue to look at this storm and analyze the data, you know, it's certainly rotating. It certainly has that look. It looks very ominous on the radar depiction. When we go in here and we look, there is rotation showing up, again, in the vicinity of Scottsboro. I would say this is getting a little bit more significant. Green's blowing toward, red is away, so this is going to be moving over the north side of Scottsboro. So again, if you have not sought shelter, I need you to do that in Scottsboro. Let's take a look at the debris tracker. You know, and we could. This is close here, north side of Scottsboro, a little drop off in the debris tracker. Again, what the radar is looking at, how big are the objects that the radar is detecting. The red color objects are the same size, rain, pretty much. When you start getting this drop in the color scale here, you get into the lighter shades. That's an indication objects a different size. So we're maybe seeing a debris signature showing up here northwest side of Scottsboro. Again, that is where the circulation is showing up. That is also where, if you look at the shape of the storm, would be the most likely location. So possibly we do have indications of debris here on the radar. Rotation, Weather Service also noting that the rotation is tightening, as I just mentioned. And again, perhaps we are seeing the possibility of something doing some damage. Again, there's your rotation, north side of Scottsboro. I'm going to circle this. These are the things that you have to look at when you're analyzing the radar. So here's where the rotation is. And then when I pull up the debris tracker, you see that little spot right there in the vicinity of where the rotation is. So it's possible that there is something maybe that has touched down or is in the process of doing that, just based on the debris tracker here. And just the way that the storm looks on radar. Here's the new scan coming around. So again, if you're in Scottsboro, you need to be in your shelter. Again, possibility for a tornado. At this point in time, if there is a tornado here, it's wrapped in rain, so it's not something that you're going to be able to see coming on through. Not that you really could at night anyway. So you need to be in your shelter in Scottsboro. Again, tornado warning has been extended for this storm. This is the last one, at least for the time being, until we pick up some additional storms overnight tonight, and we'll have to wait and see how strong those end up being. Let's kind of track this out and show you where this storm is going to be headed. Time of arrival, again, it's over Scottsboro right now. Hollywood, it'll be passing by 1146. Dutton by 1154. Pisgah, again, I've said Pisgah multiple times, 1159. Henniger, just past the midnight hour. 1211, based on the current track of this off to the east and the southeast. So Henniger, another storm headed in your direction. Again, a reminder, if you lose power, and a lot of folks have lost power across the area as a result of the storms, we are streaming on our news weather app and also on our website as well. So you can get information there from us at those spots if you lose power and you're not able to watch us on television. Again, this is the time of arrival of the circulation that we're tracking, which right now is over the city of Scottsboro. And again, it appears that circulation is strengthening just a little bit, which could be an indication that we do have a tornado threat increasing here. Let's see, get some information. Also out of Jackson County, Alabama Highway 40 reports of trees down on a house. Don't know exactly where along Alabama Highway 40 that is, but that is in Jackson County. The tornado warning for DeKalb County allowed to expire. Storm has moved into Georgia. Again, our storm in Scottsboro and Jackson County about 20 minutes or so out from reaching Henniger, once again, where we've already had some damage reported with that storm as well. Let's get the latest velocity scan here. Still seeing some circulation, but again, not quite as defined. You know, what we had, and this is what we can do with the radar. We can go back and we can look and see the way it looked. There we go. This is what I was watching right here. And that, and the new update has kind of disappeared. It's still close here, a little bit of it left over along Highway 72 east of Scottsboro. But what I was watching, what had caught my eye, at least for the moment, has kind of faded just a little bit. Storm, though, still is obviously has rotation just because of the shape of it. Again, you get this hook on the back end. That's because there's rotation wrapping the precip around. So again, there's still that little bit along Highway 72. That is where it tracked across the north side of Scottsboro, and now a little bit east of there. Again, Hollywood, you need to be in your shelter. Here's a new scan update. Again, there's still rotation showing up here. And sometimes these storms, they go through a cycling process where they spin up. They can produce a tornado for some length of time, maybe just a brief period of time, maybe a little bit longer. And then that circulation, things will happen in the atmosphere that allows that, basically the mechanism that's helping to feed the rotation can be disrupted, and that causes the spin to decrease. But then these storms, these are what we call cyclical type of storms, is that they can ramp back up again. It's still the same sort of physical processes are going on in the storm to generate the rotation, so that rotation can come back under the right conditions. And that may be what we're seeing with the storm here in Jackson County. There we go, there's the latest update. And again, it has reappeared, that circulation here. Again, not super strong, but it's there. The green color blowing toward the radar, the red is away. So there's your counterclockwise rotation showing up here now east of Scottsboro. And this is kind of going ebbing and flowing back and forth at this point in time. And again, the storm that went through Henniger, a rapid change in the structure of that storm, again, produced perhaps a significant type of tornado there in that part of DeKalb County. And again, reports are major damage. We don't have any more specifics of that at this point in time. But again, we're going to be watching this storm in DeKalb County, Jackson County very closely, because it is following kind of the same path that earlier storm did that just exited DeKalb County. So keeping an eye on this. Again, nothing that we're seeing imminent of a tornado, but we are watching very, very closely for signs of any increased organization out of this particular thunderstorm. Let's kind of reset the view again, show you what we got going on. We've been on for a while. It's been a busy day, busy evening in particular. Really a busy Dan said we've been on 4 hours. I've kind of lost track of time a little bit. I know it was sometime in the 7 o'clock hour when we went on. And we continue here with the threat of severe weather with the storm continuing across Jackson County and the possibility that it may produce a tornado as it moves through. We've not had reports of tornadoes out of this particular storm, but it has been a storm. We started getting the tornado warnings when it was back near Athens. So again, this is a storm that has sustained itself, has held together, has continued to rotate, and continued to bring a threat for producing a tornado. And that threat now extends into Jackson County and may work its way into parts of DeKalb County as well. Very close to the same path that the storm that just went through DeKalb County is following. But again, that is it right now. You head back to the west, nothing of any immediate concern. We showed you earlier the bigger picture, kind of what that looked like, where we are in anticipating additional storms that will come through a little bit later on tonight that we are monitoring out to particularly our northwest. Notice there's a break here, northwest Alabama, all of northern Mississippi is clear, and then you hit parts of northeastern Arkansas, and additional storms are flaring up here, and all the data suggested this is eventually going to form into some sort of a solid or semi-solid line that would then surge towards North Alabama during the late night hours and bring additional risk of severe weather. That we were for sure of. What happened here through the evening hours with these more isolated storms, that was a little less certain and a little more conditional. And unfortunately, it came to fruition, and we've seen storms that have produced damage as a result of this activity that's been rolling through this evening. So again, we'll be watching for that next round a little bit later on tonight. Meteorologist Grace Anello and meteorologist Amber Kulik will be in keeping an eye on those storms. Again, our hope is that they will not be quite as intense, or at least pose as much of a severe weather threat as what we've had moving through this afternoon. Again, just the one storm that we continue to monitor here that will impact Jackson County for a little bit longer, and then after it gets past Pisgah, it is going to be working its way into parts of DeKalb County as well. And again, following pretty much the same path that the previous storm did through here. All right, let me take a look at the details inside this storm. What we've been continuing to watch, this little area rotation, it's still here, east of Scottsboro. It's right here, just north of Highway 40, south of Hollywood. So it is not going away, but that is what we are keeping an eye on. No indication that there's anything on the ground out of this. And again, the rotation in and of itself is not particularly strong. So hopefully that will continue to be the trend. One of the things you see here, where the area rotation is, we've actually got the rain that's kind of surging out ahead of it. This is often associated with some strong wind on the southwest flank of the storm. So we may have that ongoing here. Maybe some winds 50, 60 miles per hour traveling right along Highway 40. But sometimes what can happen when you get that wind, it'll cut off the warm air flowing in to where the rotation is. So that may be what we're seeing here, and hopefully that will lead to a weakening trend, or at least a decrease excuse me, in tornado potential with this particular thunderstorm as it comes on through. Again, not only looking at the rotation on the wind velocity on the radar, but we can also look at what's called the wind shear product, which is something that's generated from that. And there is still indications of that east of Scottsboro. Rotation being indicated. Again, we've pinpointed it on the radar velocity. This is what it looks like, just another depiction, just simply focused on that instead of everything else on the radar. And that is showing up in that area east of Scottsboro, getting ready to cross the Tennessee River there in the eastern and southern part of Jackson County. So we're still keeping an eye on that. This is often something that we'll refer to kind of verify what we're seeing on the radar, on the velocity product. So that is indeed the case. Again, our DeKalb County storm, which produced damage around Henniger, that rotation has moved into Georgia. That is out of our area. And just a quick look back here, we head into southern Middle Tennessee. The green boxes that you see, those are flash flood warnings. And that's another concern. That's a secondary concern after the tornado threat due to the heavy rain that has accompanied these storms. But again, none of the activity that we have here in southern Middle Tennessee, we're not seeing any signs of rotation out of that. So once this storm in Jackson County continues to make its way to the east and out of the area, we're hopefully going to get a little bit of a break before that next round comes in later tonight. And we're hoping that that next round that comes in after midnight tonight, probably closer to now maybe 3 in the morning, won't be as strong as it might have otherwise been compared to the way it had been looking with that round. And again, that may all be due to these stronger storms that developed this evening, kind of sucked up a little energy in the atmosphere that these other storms won't have available to feed off of. So again, our storm here, again, east of Scottsboro. It is still possible that it may produce a tornado. Tornado warning does remain in effect for Jackson and areas of DeKalb County. Unfortunately, for you folks here near Pisgah, heavy rain. There's probably some hail in this as well. Let's take a look at that possibility. There's your large hail signature showing up east of Scottsboro. This is moving towards Pisgah. This could be maybe quarter size hail, maybe up to ping pong size hail coming through that eastern section of Jackson County and eventually headed towards Henniger. So we're watching that. Again, that is the least of our concerns, but I have seen some pictures that have come through of some nickel to quarter size hail out of these storms. So that is something that certainly could continue to occur with these. But again, our greatest threat is the potential for seeing tornado activity and damage as a result of that. So again, here's our storm. Scottsboro, we can give you the all clear. Hollywood, worst of it's getting out of your area as well. And there's nothing back behind this. Nothing back behind it for the time being. So Scottsboro, you're good for now. Hollywood, you're good for now. But again, if you're downstream from this storm, we're talking Morris Mill, you're getting into the part of the storm most dangerous for tornado potential. And as this comes east, areas just south of Pisgah, and unfortunately heading towards Henniger, once again, most dangerous part of this storm is going to be very close to your location, may go just a little bit north of where the previous storm did come on through. Latest here on the wind velocity. We're still trying to keep an eye on any rotation. Again, there it was, north side of Scottsboro. Let's kind of move things back forward in time and see where that, notice it came and went. There it showed up again a little east of Scottsboro. That was just a few minutes ago. And in the latest scan, it's still there just a little bit, so still a little bit of rotation. And again, this is going to be passing very close to Pisgah, probably right between Pisgah and Morris Mill. But in these areas, both, I want you to head to your tornado shelter for, again, the possibility. We are seeing rotation there, still showing up. We are not seeing anything that would be coincident with debris, so I don't think there is something on the ground at this point in time, but there is still persistent rotation showing up in that part of the thunderstorm. Notice that is back, though, behind the leading edge of the rainfall. And again, what these storms sometimes go through with cycles is that one original area rotation will get pinched off, but we'll have to watch. Maybe a new one could form here on the leading edge of this band of heavier rain and probably some strong wind that's getting ready to move into the Morris Mill area. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that with this particular thunderstorm as it comes on through. Again, there is large hail associated with this, quarter-sized or larger can be expected moving through Pisgah and points just south of there. So that will be a concern out of this storm as well. Do want to remind you the tornado watch was extended until 3 o'clock in the morning. It does still include all of southern Middle Tennessee, and it includes areas of North Alabama from Athens to Guntersville, Albertville, and points east. But we've just got the one storm left. So even though the watch is in effect, we're not seeing anything else imminent that's going to be impacting other parts of North Alabama where we've already had storms come on through. Only Jackson and portions of DeKalb County we're going to continue to see that threat here for just a little bit longer. Let me see if we have any updates here, any more information on damage. And again, this can be slow to come in this time of night. Tornado warning does continue for DeKalb and Jackson County. That warning, again, a tornado is possible. Ping pong ball size hail is possible. Moving east at around 30 miles per hour. Again, this will take it very close to Pisgah, Sylvania, and the Henniger area. Henniger coming up just in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Dutton and Rosalie, you're also in the path. Tornado warning goes until 12:15 on this storm. The rotation still continues between Pisgah and Dutton. Let's take you back here to the radar. And we will show you the latest on this. There's a look from our Guntersville radar. It's pretty much showing the same thing shape-wise. And the circulation showing up now, it looks like, here's a new scan coming around, a little south of Pisgah. So that's what it looks like radar-wise. Let me take a look here at the wind velocity. Nothing that's really jumping out there. So let's go back to the other radar. Again, showing the same shape. There's your circulation in this general area, close to Pisgah. There's the new update. So let's check the wind velocity in this. And again, still there. Perhaps a new area rotation developing. As I said, can sometimes happen with these. Developing between Pisgah and Browntown. And the green's going toward the radar, red's away. So there's your circulation showing up a little south of Pisgah. We'll take this back in time. And you can kind of see that. Like I said, sometimes the original area's rotation get pinched off. There it was east of Scottsboro. And then as I advance this, you're going to see a new area rotation start to tighten up off to the east of there. So again, these storms can sometimes do that. So that area rotation here, that was the original area rotation. You're going to see here as I go forward, it is disappearing. But then here we go, new area developing. That is now shifted a little east of Pisgah, and that is matching up with kind of where the leading edge of the storm is right now. In this area right here is where the new spot of rotation is showing up. The old one was back here. It's kind of going away. And then a new area rotation is showing up here between Pisgah and Browntown. So again, we're going to have to watch this storm and see if we continue to see an increase in the rotation, because that would be an increase in the tornado potential. I don't think that we have a tornado imminent right now, but again, just remember the storm that took the same path out of Jackson into DeKalb County, that area rotation basically dramatically increased within about a 5 to 10 minute time frame. It can happen that quickly. So we're going to continue to watch the new updates on this storm. And if you notice, we get more frequent updates because this is the only storm that's really being focused on right now, because this is the only one that is left that has that threat of tornado activity. We're still seeing the rotation showing up here close to Fairview. Again, green is toward the radar, red's away, so kind of where they meet together in the vicinity of Fairview. That's your circulation. It's fairly broad. It's not super strong. Definitely, if you've been watching our coverage, when I showed you the circulation around Henniger, that was significant. This is not, but it is still something that has to bear watching. And so we're going to continue to monitor that for you. So just for you folks in Henniger, there's your latest update. Circulation is still showing up here. It is not getting any more intense, so we're not seeing an increase in tornado potential. But again, the circulation for you folks in Henniger, it is about ready to move once again right through your area, perhaps just slightly north of where the previous storm that came through in the last hour, where it tracked through as well. So there is that circulation continuing to show up here in the rotation. As the storm is getting ready to bear down on Henniger once again, but hopefully not going to produce an additional tornado as it comes on through. Let's take a look at the latest shear product. Again, still indicating that area rotation, getting close to Pisgah, a little south of there, and again, this would be tracking right over Henniger, but that is the only thing of any concern left over with our storms right now. Not seeing any more new updates on any damage. Not had an opportunity to check email. I don't know if we've gotten any more viewer photos or anything in regards to that. We still have our crews out in the field getting information, talking to people that were impacted by the storms, and we'll likely have Okay, yeah, we're going to send things over to Dan.
Yep.
We do have another live report we can pass along to you.
Yeah,
Dan.
you mentioned we do have reporters stretched out in some of the hardest hit areas right now. We're going to go right now to weekend anchor Rob Sneed. He is in the Brigadoon neighborhood in Limestone County, hit hard this evening. Rob.
Yeah, that'd certainly be an understatement. I mean, we just were able to come back here in the neighborhood. Limestone County's the county deputies led us back here to get a closer view of the damage that we're seeing out here. Listen, it's dark out here. You can barely see anything, but what we are seeing is absolutely horrific. You can see just homes, just substantial damage to homes, down trees. I'm standing in front of one right now, and you can see kind of debris just scattered all about over here. You can see, and this is basically the norm. You're going to see debris, pieces of homes, siding, full chunks of homes just kind of laying in the yard. And just beyond that, you can see this tree right here on his side. And it is dark, as I mentioned, but beyond that tree is one of the homes that authorities tell me is leveled. There are about at least 3 homes that are completely leveled, according to authorities. They say that this is just, it just went through, the high winds came through and caused a lot of damage. Right now, there are folks walking out here with flashlights. Many of them are in just high spirits, thankful that they weren't hurt. There are no injuries to report out here, thankfully. But when you gotta sit back and kind of gasp a little bit just to think of what the folks who live out here, what they went through, what they heard, what they saw, what they felt in the moment, not knowing if they would be safe during this storm. But as you can see, again, you know, we're going to continue to walk this neighborhood and try to, you know, give you guys a clearer view of what's going on in terms of the damage. But again, it is dark out here. We will stay out here and bring you the latest throughout the morning. I'm reporting live, Rob Sneed, Way 31 News.
All right, thanks, Rob. It is very unsettling not knowing what's happening in times like this, but that's why meteorologist Jeff Castle is here. And Jeff, you've done a stellar job here the last 4.5 hours or so, keeping all of us updated and keeping us calm through all of these storms, especially when we here at Way 31 had to evacuate to our storm shelter as that storm moved across Montesano. Thank you for that.
That was a scary moment. Absolutely. The first I've experienced that in my career, something like that, moving right over where we were. We do continue to monitor the storm here in Jackson County. Again, still tornado warning in effect until 12:15, so another 9 minutes on this. What we're not seeing is this storm getting any better organized than it is. So it's not been producing damage that we are aware of, although it does continue to periodically rotate. That rotation, not significant. You can still kind of see it here now in between Pisgah and Henniger. The green towards the radar, red's away. So you get that counterclockwise sensor rotation showing up in the storm. So it's still there. It's not super strong. It's not concentrated in a small area, which means we don't have an immediate threat for a tornado. But given the history of these storms, given what's already moved through this area, tornado warning does continue. But I would say at this point, unless things dramatically change with this storm, the threat is going to remain fairly low. Now, it's possible the warning may be extended, so that's a possibility, just because, again, what has already happened and the fact that this storm has had such longevity. Here's a look at the debris tracker. Again, we're not getting any indications that there's anything that is on the ground tornado-wise. So this is just a storm that is, we'll say, weakly rotating at this point in time. It is rotating enough that we are getting that look that we often see on radar on the southwest flank of the storm, where the precipit's being wrapped around the circulation. So we've got that look, we've got a little bit of rotation. We don't have what I would call significant rotation on this storm. One that came through Henniger earlier, yes, that was significant rotation. We had a debris signature with that. This we do not. So even though this is moving into Henniger, even though the tornado warning is in effect for you, not looking at an imminent tornado threat out of this storm. And it's possible that the warning may be allowed to expire when it is up for expiration at 12:15. But again, it might be extended just because of the history that these storms have had. There's your latest update coming on in on the radar. Let's take a look here, latest on the wind velocity. Again, there's still a little bit there, but I would say it's getting less defined as we go through time compared to what it was. Again, let's kind of show you the bigger view of what we got going on. And once we get this storm through Jackson and DeKalb County, we're done for the time being. And we'll wait and see what transpires later tonight. Like I said, there's a possibility that these storms that have blown up this evening, and again, it wasn't a certainty that that was going to happen. We talked at 4, 5, and 6 that it was a possibility, but not necessarily a guarantee that it would happen. But because they did blow up, they may have eaten up a lot of the energy that would have been otherwise in place here in North Alabama, preceding more storms that will come in overnight tonight. So we're hoping that even though we've had to go through what we went through this evening, we're not going to have to go through something similar a little bit later on tonight, although there will be additional rain and storms that we'll be tracking on through. But again, our immediate concern right now, okay, so the warning was extended. Again, just to err on the side of caution. So the tornado warning has been extended, again, just in the event that this storm does like the previous one and quickly ramps back up. I don't believe there's an imminent threat here for a tornado. Again, the rotation that we are seeing here is weak, it is broad, it is not concentrated in one area, but it is still showing up there. So again, tornado warning has been extended now to basically take this storm out of DeKalb County. Once that has occurred, we'll at least be able to take a breath here. We'll likely go off air, kind of recoup, get ready for what may come in a little bit later on tonight. Being that we missed our newscast, being that I don't think there's an imminent threat for a tornado here, although I still want you folks in DeKalb County to be watching this storm. Go ahead and seek shelter. Just get into the middle of the house. Again, small interior room, just to be on the safe side. Not that I believe there's an imminent threat for a tornado, but just in case this storm were to quickly ramp back up again. You saw the latest update there. We're still seeing areas of rotation in the vicinity of Henniger, Townsend Crossroads down to Stamp. But again, I don't believe there's an imminent threat of a tornado despite the fact that the warning has been continued. So what I want to do, since we didn't get to do our regular newscast, I've not had the opportunity yet to take a look at the new information for the later storms coming in tonight. So while we're on air here and continuing to update you on the storm there, now moving into DeKalb County, let's kind of take a look at future radar and just see what some of the newest data has coming on in. So here we are at midnight, pretty close on the placement of everything, showing Huntsville to the west. There's not anything going on. Still showing, again, storms close in here to parts of northeast Alabama. So at least the initial data kind of has somewhat of a grip on reality and what we are seeing right now, slightly off on the placement and the details. So let me move this forward in time and we'll show you. And again, we were talking about storms that would be developing in Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, that would eventually head in our direction. So we're still seeing indications of that coming on in a little bit later on tonight. This is around 2:30 in the morning. So that'll likely be the next wave that comes in here across parts of northwest Alabama, as well as areas of southern middle Tennessee. And again, we'll have to wait and see what the tornado potential, or excuse me, tornado or severe weather potential for that matter looks like with this. Here's 4 o'clock in the morning. Leading edge of those storms approaching Jackson County, extending back through Huntsville, Madison area, Decatur, back through Moulton, Russellville, Red Bay area there in Franklin County in northwest Alabama. And then everything will continue to track its way through the late night, early morning hours. By 6 o'clock in the morning, leading edge of the strongest storms will either be in Georgia or moving out of North Alabama and more into central parts of the state, down towards Birmingham in particular at that point in time. Now, the threat that may exist with these storms as they come through, damaging wind potential. So that is what we are going to be monitoring as we take you through the remainder of the overnight hours with this second round. But again, hopefully there will be less of a severe weather threat coming with this simply because of the activity that we've seen here through the evening hours. Let's show you the bigger picture once again as we continue to monitor what is developing off to the north and to the west of us, because this is what will arrive overnight tonight. The radar is filling in from west of Memphis, across western and northwestern Tennessee into southwestern Kentucky. I'll put this into motion. We'll show you what this has been looking like over the last 3 hours so you can kind of see how it's all coming together. So again, new storm development near Memphis. Storms are continuing to increase here in northwest Tennessee. Notice this entire line is filling in, stretching back towards Little Rock, and it is going to start to increase in forward speed, moving to the east and starting to take a dive off to the south and to the east. So what we have ongoing here, close to the Mississippi River there on the border between Tennessee and Arkansas, this is what is going to be coming in a little bit later on tonight. Probably about 3 or so hours from now is when we'll start to see this coming into our area. And we'll also have to watch if anything more develops in association with this, maybe even ahead of the main band that could get things here a little bit earlier. And what will basically determine our severe weather threat overnight into early tomorrow morning will be how much more organized this line gets. There's the possibility that it will get organized to the point that it could be a strong wind threat. And that was the main reason for the upgrade in the severe weather potential that we had a little bit earlier today that meteorologist Amber Kulik was telling you about at the noon hour when the threat was up to an enhanced risk. It wasn't because there was a significant tornado increase, or at least the thought was that that wasn't going to be the concern. It was going to be an increased risk for some widespread damaging wind gusts. So we're still going to have to watch for that potential out of this line of storms as it comes on through. Again, what was not anticipated was the degree of storm development and tornado potential with that, with the activity that we've had coming through here in the last several hours. So again, we're watching that for later tonight. We're going to be here keeping an eye on that activity as it moves in as well. Excuse me. All right, let's get you back in here to Jackson and DeKalb County. Again, our last rotating thunderstorm. This is now in DeKalb County. It's out of Jackson County, so tornado warning has been dropped for Jackson County. Henniger, the most dangerous part of this storm, has passed. Again, we've had the damage there. It was reported as significant damage along Highway 75 just outside just outside of Henniger, where we were tracking that rotation that was coming on through, and it appears a tornado just based on the debris signature showing up. Again, most dangerous part of this storm now is east of Henniger. Again, you can see the shape here, that hook on the back edge. That's an indication that the storm is rotating and the rain is being pulled in a counterclockwise direction around that flank of the storm. Out ahead of it, what you have is you have the warm, moist air being pulled into the storm, and it's where those two airflows kind of meet, where you have the circulation showing up. So let me take a look here. You know, it's still there, it's not significant. Again, the red's blowing away. The radar can detect, okay, are the winds coming toward me or are the winds blowing away from me? And that's how we break down the colors, and this is the typical color scale that we use, where green is wind that's going towards the radar, and red color is wind blowing away from the radar. And where you see that, you get a sense of where there's rotation. So it is still here. It is not super well defined by my eye, but it is still showing up here from Townsend Crossroads down to Council Bluff. Again, that has passed the Henniger area. So we're going to continue to watch here from Valley Head going up the mountain to Mentone, Hammondville, as this crosses Interstate 59 in that northern part of DeKalb County. Again, rotation is still here. Not particularly strong, not particularly well organized, but it is still there nonetheless. Just for peace of mind, we'll go ahead and take a look here at the debris tracker. Not seeing anything of any concern here. And again, the rotation that we are tracking, it's not getting any better organized. So that is some good news for this storm, as we've already had just too many problems in this area of DeKalb County from the earlier storm that came on through. But again, we've still got a little bit longer, probably another 15, 20 minutes or so before this would clear DeKalb County and head into northwest Georgia, and we can, at least at that point for sure, give you the all clear. Again, I'm not seeing anything imminent in terms of a tornado threat developing out of this storm, but we are continuing to keep a close watch on it. All right, let's see here. We have some new updates. Oh, just a quick question here. We've had a lot of tornado warnings. You folks in DeKalb County, it appears there have been 14 tornado warnings just that have impacted parts of DeKalb County just tonight. That is unheard of. And again, at least one of those warnings, confirmed tornado did touch down, again in the vicinity of Henniger. And at the light of day, we're likely going to have more reports of the damage around here. National Weather Service will go out to all these damage areas, and they will make a determination if, number one, it was a tornado, and then number two, how strong it was. And we'll be sharing that information as we go along. Again, it appears that maybe at least one or two of these areas of circulation perhaps produced what we would consider a significant tornado, which would be an EF2 type of tornado or stronger. Again, the Weather Service will go out, look at the damage, and they'll be able to make a determination as to how strong the winds are. But I think we are going to get multiple confirmed tornado touchdowns here in North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee from the storms that have passed through here tonight. And again, it has been a very busy evening. There was a period of time where we had something like 4 or 5 simultaneous tornado warnings on various storms across the area. And that just makes it my job, to be honest, very, very difficult to keep up. And so I tried as much as I could to pass along the information to you, and I hope I did well by you by giving you what you needed to know. And again, we are getting to the end of this, just waiting on this storm to clear DeKalb County before we can give you, at least for now, the all clear. And hopefully what comes in later tonight will not be as significant as what we have been tracking this evening here on this 31 alert day. Again, we'll show you the wider picture And that's it. Once we get through this, then we just wait on the storms that are in Tennessee and Arkansas to reach us. Again, all quiet back out to the west, not seeing any signs of any additional development out of just these individual storms that are popping up. And sometimes it is these individual storms which cause the most problems and have the greatest tornado threat and can do the most damage as compared to when we get a line of storms that come on through, which can still do damage, but generally doesn't have the more significant tornado threat with them. Again, tornado warning does continue for just a little bit longer here for parts of DeKalb County. We also, okay, so they're canceling the tornado watch, so that is some good news. Let me pull that up here in a second. So tornado watch continues for Jackson and DeKalb County. It has been dropped for the remainder of North Alabama, given the fact that it's unlikely that there's going to be additional storm development like what we have right now, at least here in the next couple of hours. Again, we're going to be waiting on that next band that will arrive a little bit later on tonight. So let me show you the updated tornado watch and who's in it, and more importantly, who's not. So this is all that's left. So the tornado watch canceled now for Lincoln, Moore, and Franklin County in southern Middle Tennessee. Marshall, Madison, Limestone counties also dropped from the tornado watch. Jackson and DeKalb, you remain, and it's due to the storm that is still there in northern parts of DeKalb County as we await that. I do want to take a look here. We've still got the watch to the north. And again, I've not had the opportunity to look at much new information. So I'm curious as to whether the tornado watch across the remainder of Middle Tennessee and Western Tennessee, if that is a new watch in effect in advance of those storms that will be developing in from Arkansas and Western Tennessee. And it looks like that is probably the case. So the tornado watch, which is in effect for these areas of Middle Tennessee and back to the west, that watch goes until that does go until 3 in the morning as well. But that watch is out in advance of the line of storms that will be coming in from that direction overnight tonight. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, the watch that's in place here for Jackson, DeKalb County, that is still in effect simply for our one storm that is left over there, northern parts of DeKalb County. We'll have to wait and see. Again, this tornado watch here, that includes Lawrenceburg, Waynesboro, back towards Memphis, that goes until 3 a.m. associated with the line of storms that will be coming in later tonight. So we'll have to wait and see. It's possible that there may be additional watches that come out for North Alabama and other areas of southern Tennessee that we cover in advance of that line when it gets a little bit closer. And that probably would not be something that would come out until maybe around 2 or so in the morning, or a little bit closer to when the current tornado watch now to our north and northwest is set to expire. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. Again, we'll have meteorologist Amber Kulik in here and morning meteorologist Grace Anello. They'll be in here in about an hour and a half or so to kind of take over and keep an eye on that next round that comes in a little bit later tonight, which we hope is not going to be nearly as significant as what we've had coming on through. All right, here's the latest with Wave 31 triple Doppler. We still have our, again, potential for a tornado here with our storm bearing down on Valley Head, and especially to the north. That is where the circulation is continuing to show up. But again, the good news is this is not getting any more significant at the moment, but it's still there. It's still rotating. So you can see that. Again, the green, wind blowing toward the radar, reds and the pink there blowing away. There's your rotation showing up in that part of the storm where we would expect to see it based on the way the rain pattern looks. So this is showing up where we would expect to see that. So it's still there, still a possibility, but again, nothing that appears to be imminent. And this storm is just moments away, probably another 10 minutes or so before it is in to northern Georgia. And again, there's not really anything else behind it. We are seeing this additional little thunder shower near Stevenson, northeast of Hollywood. There's nothing that is severe out of this right now. Let me take a quick look here at the wind velocity. There's nothing in here that's rotating. So this is just some rainfall. Dan, what you got? Oh, sorry. I saw Dan waving.
Scratching the back of my head.
Sorry. I thought maybe we had something new coming on in information-wise. Again, let me check in here with the latest on our communication with the Weather Service. We get information from our viewers, from you folks at home, and our crews in the field. The Weather Service gets information from, for instance, local EMAs, which is where we've been getting some of these reports coming on in as well. Nothing new that's coming out as far as any new damage reports or even, again, latest updates here on our storm in DeKalb County about any increased potential for a tornado. But we'll focus back in here. There's your circulation still showing up a little northeast of Valley Head, near and probably just a little north of Mentone. 117, of course, is where you go up the mountain there from Valley Head to the top of the mountain, to the top of Lookout Mountain there, Mentone. And we're still seeing the rotation showing up. It's there. And again, getting close to the state line. That's the black line that you see here. And when this moves out of DeKalb County, I think we're good to go for a little while until that next round arrives a little bit later on tonight. But we're going to stay with this just for a few more moments until we can give you the all clear. Looks like the Weather Service out of Atlanta going with a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm coming out. So they're looking at the same information that we are and determining that there's probably no need as this storm exits DeKalb County for an additional tornado warning as it moves into Georgia. So they're just going with a severe thunderstorm warning, it appears, at this point in time. As again, what we're seeing is, yes, there's rotation. No, it's not particularly strong, and it does not appear that it's getting better organized. And those are the things that you look at on the radar. You look at the rotation. What's it doing? Is it increasing or decreasing? Is it tightening up in a small area? Is it broadening out? Those are all things that give you an indication as to what the storm is doing process-wise and what sort of organization or disorganization it's going to have going through the short term. And again, the good news about this, it's not becoming better organized. And at least here, the last few scans, it's not become less organized. But at least maintaining the status quo and the fact that it's not producing a tornado, at least if there's no change in the organization of the storm, that is also a good thing. All right, here's the latest. Again, the circulation, again, east of Valley Head, passing by Mentone right now, now a little east of there, and close to and north of 117. Again, once I see this area rotation move out of DeKalb County, we're going to be good to go for hopefully at least a couple hours and, hopefully the rest of tonight for that matter. So let's kind of, as we get here to the end of our coverage for the time being, let's just kind of run back through what we've got. This is the wide picture. And there is nothing of any immediate concern. Again, you do see that severe weather back off into Tennessee. Even the radar seeing that from that far away, there's all your lightning. So this is what will come in probably a little closer to maybe 3 in the morning or so into the shoals and perhaps bring some additional severe weather risk with that. Likely at that point more of a damaging wind threat coming through, less of a tornado threat, although there may still be enough spin available in the atmosphere that even along this line of storms as it comes in, there could be some quick spin-ups that could produce some damage. But primarily at that point, it would be a damaging wind threat. Unlikely that there'd be a large hail threat out of that line of storms as it comes on through. So as we kind of wind down the coverage here, we're going to go back and we're going to show you just how all this transpired with the wind shear over the last several hours. I'm just going to loop this over the last 3 hours, and you can see what we were dealing with. Each of these strips of green, that is storm rotation that we were tracking We had it here from near the shoals, especially Limestone, Madison County, Jackson and DeKalb County, most impacted. Also areas of southern Middle Tennessee. You see the wind shear tracking through there. And again, some of these areas of rotation that we did see did produce tornadoes. Of that, I am certain. I think we had a tornado in southern Lincoln County. We had the tornado damage northern Limestone County, most likely, from a tornado. The damage that we've got reported in the 5 Points area, most likely, just based on the radar, was tornado damage. And of course, in DeKalb County, our most significant, you'll see it there, the reds, that was significant rotation, and again, tornado causing damage there as well. One quick last look here into DeKalb County. And you can see the last of that storm is moving out. Any remaining rotation is right along the Georgia border. So this is tracking out of DeKalb County. With that in mind, we're right around 12:30. We are going to go ahead, I think, and wind down our coverage for the moment. Hopefully you will not see us again before our early morning news comes on at 4:30 in the morning. But again, I do want to assure you that we are not going anywhere. We are going off air for now that the threat has ended. But the entire Way 31 Storm Tracker weather team will continue to monitor additional storms as they come in overnight tonight. And of course, we'll have a full update tomorrow morning with our crews out there assessing the damage, giving you reports of those areas that saw, in some cases, some significant damage, it appears.
Yep. Jeff, thanks for that, giving us the all clear for now. But as we wrap up our continuous storm coverage, thank you, by the way, Jeff, for everything you did for us tonight, keeping us safe and informed. And as you mentioned, we might not be out of the woods just yet. Stay with us. Way 31 reporters, meteorologists continue to cover the severe weather outbreak. Our nightside reporters are staying on the job. Our dayside reporters are coming in early to head to those hardest hit areas. We do have a team of web reporters as well, updating storm reports and damage pictures and videos at waytv.com. We'll be breaking into programming, as Jeff mentioned, again, as necessary as more of this severe weather threatens us overnight. Remember, if you can safely take pictures or videos, we always appreciate those. You can send them to newstips@waytv.com. Otherwise, our team coverage picks up again in just a few hours at 4:30 in the morning. Be extremely careful if you have to head out on the roads tonight or tomorrow morning. There are power outages affecting traffic lights. There's still ponding on the roads. That's going to be an issue, and there are numerous trees and other debris across many roads here in North Alabama. Crews are working as fast as they can to restore power, to clear those streets, but use extreme caution if you're out there. Right now, we'll send you back to regular programming. Thanks for being with us.